everybody. Welcome to Impossible Coin. I'm Max Waveform. I'm here with Rocky Hard.
No! Brian, please! Ah!
I really do want Max Waveform to come back as a character who does, like, the news. Can Max Waveform be the only person in charge of the news?
Everybody. I don't know what you're talking about character. I'm just here to talk about...
I didn't even say the word character. I know I didn't.
Rocky Tegan said character. So it wasn't you, bud.
I did.
It's all right. But I'm just here to talk about EA's exciting presentation. Guys, I'm really looking forward to it. Scheduled for this week, EA is going to be showing us the most exciting new developments for FIFA, Madden, and rumor is that they're going to be showing a new Dead Space. Are you guys excited for EA's presentation?
No.
I would be excited for a new Dead Space.
Awesome.
Dead Space.
I like Dead Space. Well, I don't like Dead Space. Alex likes Dead Space, and I like watching Alex play Dead Space, and then I get extra cuddles afterwards because it's scary, and I don't do scary games.
I mean, that's cool, but, like, we're probably going to get a remaster. It's not going to be a new Dead Space.
Well, according to the rumors, Rocky Hardy, Dead Space is a reboot of the series.
Yeah, I don't care.
And my guess is that we're going to get 1 to 2 new touching indie games on the EA Originals label.
What?
Well, EA has a history of using their annual summer presentations to showcase 1 or 2 touching indie games that they've chosen to magnanimously publish.
Oh,
examples include
like Unraveled.
Unravel,
okay.
or It Takes Two, or A Way Out, or Sea of Solitude.
If they give us another A Way Out, I'd be down. Wait, I gave money willingly to EA because I played... No, wait, I didn't buy A Way Out. I just played Brian's copy of A Way Out. I didn't give them any money. Sweet!
Well,
okay, cool.
Guys, remember, Doritos and Mountain Dew are delicious, and thanks so much. I've been Max Waveform.
Max Waveform's my favorite person. Of all of the people that Brian has let break into his house, Max Waveform's my favorite person.
Hey guys, I was trying out a potential new 4th host for the show, somebody who's got more of a traditional video games media vibe.
It's Max Waveform! I like him. I'd like to hire him as our stand-in 4th for when I can't be here because I'm sick.
Okay, so like Tegan's on board with Max Waveform. She thinks he's good.
I would like to hear Brian, Rocky, and Max Waveform on one show. I don't know how you're going to make that happen, but I'm ready for you to make that happen, Brian.
It's easy. Like, he just dials in, you know. He was on the call. Rocky, what do you think?
What? Max Waveform?
Yeah.
Is he gone?
Yeah.
Thank God. No notes.
No notes. Tegan seems pretty on board for him being like a sit-in substitute host.
Okay.
Yeah, he can sit in for me when I'm sick, so that Brian has to interact with Max Waveform for 5 hours, because that's how long it takes us to record one goddamn show, because we keep talking.
Right.
Rocky, would you enjoy listening to Brian interact with Max Waveform for 5 hours?
I wouldn't. I'm sorry.
Welcome to Impossible Coin. We're a podcast about video games, apparently.
Yeah, we are. We're one of those.
I think that we're also a little bit a podcast about Schadenfreude.
Can't argue against that.
What's Schadenfreude? Wait, hang on.
Enjoying the pain of others.
Someone spell Schadenfreude.
Jesus fucking Christ.
It's really German. You sure you want me to spell it?
Oh, I did it.
I always believed.
I got the SCHA, and then I added a U and put a D in there, and it was like, oh, you mean Schadenfreude? And I was like, yeah, I do mean Schadenfreude. Thanks for the word. Thanks.
Are we building vocab out here?
No, I know what the word means. I just don't know how to spell, Brian. I can't spell. We know this. This is part of the Tegan lore. Tegan can't spell.
It's true.
That is fucking true.
It's well documented.
It's well documented, even in the titles on our show document, because I'll spell things and you guys will just put the corrections in parentheses, because I am a fool.
Yep. Well, Tegan, we're not saying you're a fool, but...
I am saying I'm a fool. And that's okay. I like to be someone's fool. I get to wear the little colorful costume with the jingle bells on it, and I make snide remarks about the king, and he giggles at me because I am a fool.
There's one way to live.
Yeah. Rocky, how are you doing, sir?
I'm still alive, so you know, there's that.
Okay.
10 out of 10. How is commuting again? As the only one on the show who is actively commuting.
That's right.
I think.
So, like, last week, I started driving to work again. And, like, my car has had, like, a quarter tank of gas for, like, the past year and a half, because I haven't really been driving at all.
Amazing.
Yeah, but then, like, because I am terrible at planning for the future, one of the things that I neglected to remember is that even though I've been paid on a weekly basis for the past year or so, my new job would leave me without a paycheck for about 3 weeks. And so I didn't plan ahead, and I almost ran out of gas. Because of viewers like you, I actually was able to put some gas in my car so I could make it through this past week. So thank you, patrons, for supporting us.
That's
so amazing.
Yeah, there's a strongly wholesome energy to that. So thank you, patrons. Thank you.
You'll get your proper shout out next week, though.
Mm-hmm.
Just so y'all know. Next week's episode, not this week's episode.
Yep.
I'm keeping track of it. I'm watching it.
Actually, our patrons know that we keep track of it because it's in the show doc, which they get access to.
Yeah, they might not always open it, though, which is fair.
Yeah.
I'm followed.
I'm going to have to start commuting sometimes in September.
Mm-hmm.
Gross.
My employer believes that teams work best when they have an opportunity to collaborate together. And so
this is the part of the show where I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Brian doesn't speak for Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
There are people who do speak for Amazon. Brian's not one of them.
Correct.
There, I got your thing out of the way early in the show, so you don't have to worry.
Well, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome. That's my blessing to you today.
And so what's going to happen is I will have to go to the office on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Oh, that's not so bad.
Yeah.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday isn't so bad.
Yeah, but you gotta remember, Brian's, like, commutes are always terrible. It was kind of why he got into podcasting.
Yeah, they were like 3 hours or something.
Yeah, some nonsense. It was like
area.
It was actually like 120 minutes. That's how he actually said it, if I remember correctly.
Well, that's optimistic because I mean, we're talking about like total each day, like meaning like 2 hour round trips.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's good. Things are going well if it's 2 hour round trips. It is generally closer to like 2.5 hours, or on a bad day, 3 hours total, like 90 minutes each way. So,
This is where I get to say, hi, I work at a bank. It doesn't matter because it's a regional bank, but you know, whatever. I don't have to go back into the office. They're talking about maybe sending people who have to who have to interact with people, like the legal department and stuff. They might have to go back into the office starting in September, maybe 2 days a week.
Mm-hmm.
But I do not do that, so I don't have to go back into the office until maybe December at the earliest, but it is unlikely.
I honestly feel like there's an outside chance that like we're going to get to September and it won't happen. Big shout outs to the Delta variant.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, nothing is happening.
And also, my new favorite COVID variant is Delta Plus, because that honestly just sounds like a fucking upgrade tier to an airline.
Yeah, instead of, just framing you for murder and throwing you in jail for 30 years, they also create a famed accomplice that will ruin your marriage.
And they accuse you of stealing the meal voucher they gave you.
Jesus Christ. Oh, man. Rocky.
What up?
What the fuck is Monster Hunter : Legends of the Guild?
Oh, you're gonna love this, actually. Capcom is in collaboration with Netflix, which you've seen. There's like that one CG Resident Evil spinoff where the president's being attacked as opposed to the president's daughter being kidnapped. But they're making one of those for Monster Hunter, and this is actually the real shit. It looks like a very janky PS2 game on the poster. Don't look at the poster. Poster's like actually the worst shit. But the animation actually looks pretty good. Considering it's still CG. It follows the story of Aiden, who showed up in Monster Hunter 4 and has since been referred to as the Ace Cadet or the Excitable A-lister. And he's actually had a really interesting character, and he's one of the characters that grows into part of the elite Monster Hunter squad that you interact with in Monster Hunter 4. And so it's his origin story. So we get to see the elite commander using the holy blades and shit. And we get to get more animation with good monsters that we don't get to see that much of anymore. The Devil's Joe or the Pickle. makes a big part in, like, the trailer. They have Velociprays, which are things that I probably will never see in a Monster Hunter game ever again. And I'm actually pretty fucking excited for it. I do dislike that in the Polygon write-up for it, they said that it runs for 58 minutes, so it's the cool time of, like, doing a single Monster Hunter hunt. And, like, maybe it's because I've been playing this game for 10 plus years, but, like, hunts don't take that long.
Yeah, they do, Rocky.
And I fucking resent that.
If your hunt takes that long, it's because you haven't played with Rocky.
I mean, maybe.
To be fair, I did just watch Alex, like, in 20 minutes take out 3 Dark Souls bosses, so,
right.
like, I think part of that has to do with skill, you know, and, like, being familiar with it.
Comfort and skill are definitely important factors. Definitely so. And, like...
So, like, well, Brian or I might take 50 minutes with a Monster Hunter boss. There is no reason someone at Polygon should.
No. All right, I have to take umbrage with that.
Okay.
They're professional game people. Are you kidding?
Taking their game right. That's like saying, like, hey, you know, I expect if you're covering baseball, you better be able to fucking hit a grand slam. Like, if you're a baseball
Except
writer,
the thing is that, like, the people that are covering baseball don't actually have to play baseball. But, like, game journalists do have to play the
I
game.
think that there needs to be, like, a strongly diverse selection of people who cover games, with, like, who can represent every type of experience. There was, like, this amazing amount of, like, angry, try-hard, bullshit, asshole reaction when, like, several years ago there was footage of a games writer having a hard time playing Cuphead. And, like...
Okay,
and
Cuphead's a hard game, though.
Well, yeah, Rocky, Cuphead is a fucking hard game. And I guess that's my point, is that, like, people were like, why does he suck? Like, this footage of him shows him sucking. Like, why is he bad at this video game?
Sure.
The actual representative experience of most people is to suck at Cuphead. It's just not going to happen. And like, I'm like, I hate to break it to you, Rocky, but, like, most people are not going to have 20-minute hunts in Monster Hunt. It's just, like, it's not going to happen.
I'm willing to take that bet. 20 minutes, I think, is actually very doable for a lot of people. Like, that's what I mean. Like, you get a wide berth in terms of, like, how much time you have to do hunt a monster, but it's because you have free reign of the space. And there are a lot of things that you can do in that space besides hunt the monster that are, like, valuable. So, like, you have a lot of time to do all sorts of stuff. But, like, monsters aren't actually, they don't have that much health, actually. Like, you can't see it or anything. But, like, once you, like, you know, either become comfortable with your weapon or learn how to fight the thing, you can actually, most people can finish hunts in about 20 minutes. That's my point. I can finish most hunts in about 5 to 10, and that's because I have an extremely, like, encyclopedic knowledge of, like, the game. But, like, people that, like, become comfortable with the tools take a bit longer, but not that much longer. That's what I'm trying to say.
And I think it's that qualifier that you're placing on it, which is become comfortable with the tools. Like,
sure, yeah.
And so, like, if we...
But it also, like, as a games journalist, shouldn't part of your job be becoming comfortable?
No, absolutely not.
Mixed bag. There are definitely, like, game publications who, like, want to focus on presenting games to new audiences. And so, like, putting an experienced player in that spot isn't always the best way to communicate that to players. Like, ideally, someone who's, like, experienced with, like, games that are, like, savvy with, like, its language may, like, rip through the thing and, like, do well at, like, explaining that to, like, people who are familiar with it. Like, Monster Hunter and Dark Souls are actually pretty good examples. But when, like, a person who has never played these games but read, like, say, a glowing recommendation, but, like, they don't have, like, the knowledge base that the journalists had or, like, experienced players have, they, you know, could come off feeling cheated. Like, this was supposed to be a great, like, engrossing experience, and I'm just getting my shit kicked in. Where's the disconnect? And so, like, there's definitely value in, like, presenting, like, a raw experience of, like, a new game. But I do feel like in some cases, sometimes the game itself gets cheated in those situations.
Because time is a flat circle, Twitter managed to roll aground again to the completely useless game difficulty discourse.
Completely useless? Come
Rocky,
on.
like, I think that at some point there was value to it, but at this point, like, the games media community and the gaming community writ large just seem to do it once a year on an annual cadence with absolutely no change whatsoever to the dialogue. It's just like, it just becomes a case of, like, here we are again. And so it's like, here we are again, like no change whatsoever. And like the only thing that I saw of value emerging from it this time was that people talking about how they stayed away from Dark Souls for years because games media outlets would assign writers to cover Dark Souls who were, quote, good at Dark Souls. And so like when like the larger public discourse about the series is just like, get good. If like you played yourself, like you suck at Dark Souls because you don't care about anything. Like you suck at Dark Souls because you're a bad person. You suck at Dark Souls because you lack the passion to invest in anything in life and you deserve to die alone. Like when you have all these like fucking idiot try-hard man children like talking to people like that online, and then like the closest thing you can find to like reasonable writing about it is like from a games journalist, and they're like, hey, this game's incredibly hard, but what do you know, like I'm savvy, bro. And like sure, they're not like using the same like toxic language as like the Twitter assholes, but like their writing says over and over again repeatedly like, this game is very hard but I am excellent at it. Then it chases away like prospective new players. Or it doesn't communicate the language of the game.
No, that's fair. And I do feel like that a lot of like the coverage of Dark Souls has like been a mistake, to be honest. But as far as I can tell, whenever like the difficulty like argument comes around, sure, they're like almost certainly the same like bad actors, but all I see is that like people who are concerned about accessibility winning over more people. Like I see it every time.
I think the problem is that like I think these are two different conversations, and the reality is that like we should not have to invoke accessibility from like a perspective of disability to talk about accessibility from a perspective of like market position, because those are two different fucking things. Like,
okay,
I am not disabled, but I also like if I go try and play Monster Hunter, I'm going to get my shit repeatedly kicked in, and like Monster Hunter is like disinterested in giving me the tools to see its world. And like so much of like Monster Hunter discourse is just like, and Dark Souls discourse and Returnal discourse is like, hey, and fighting game discourse is just like, like this, like, firing a fart into a brandy snifter and being like, oh, well, like the reason that you're not enjoying it is because you haven't discovered like Fermet's paradoxical like button press. And you're like, what are you fucking talking about with this like weird obscure insider jargon? It's like, if you were to apply Fermet's paradoxical button press, then you would know that giant Tyrannosaurus lion, he's just a pussycat. Like, like,
you feel better?
They're capitalist, right? That's where we are, right? Like, these are capitalists.
I can't argue against that. Yes, they're capitalists, Brian.
So why wouldn't they want to sell more video games?
Well, I mean, that's kind of Capcom's business model now, right? Like, what they've done almost consistently for the past, 8 years, is that they have increasingly added to the tools that players have available to them. They have simplified the density of the experience and provided more ways for people to continue playing and adjust how they're playing so that they can move through the experience. It's happened all the way from since literally Freedom Unite to Rise.
And they got me once. I was like, all right, I'll buy your Monster Hunter World. And then I was like, okay, fool me once.
I'm sorry you got fooled, Brian.
Oh man, you're not Capcom. Okay, back to this cartoon.
No, that was it. I was done.
Okay, Rocky, okay. But speaking of very difficult things, you have a very difficult thing also in your list.
I'm still playing Dark Souls. It's easier than I thought, which is a weird thing to say.
It's not difficult.
Yeah. To be fair, I am not playing the game blind.
Mm.
So, like, when I do get stuck someplace, I usually look at the wiki, and I'm like, oh, that makes sense.
Yep.
And I, like, I like, go back to the game and I kind of, like, wreck it. There are a couple of things that I don't think the game explained very well, but the tools are definitely there. Like, I was really spooked about, like, humanity and, like, holification for a very long time. But it's just like, you stack humanity. If you have more of it, then, like, you have more defenses, so it's easier to move around. But sometimes you can get invaded. And if you need humanity to, like, kindle bonfires.
When you're invaded, Brian, that means someone else comes into your world and attacks you. Another actual human player. And
so, like, and I fought one of those, and, like, they kept going for big swings. I think this one was actually an NPC, though. Like, Mildred, the man-eater.
Yeah, there's a couple of NPCs that come in to, like, prep you for when real people come in, but...
Mm-hmm. But for the most part, yeah, they're actually people. They're here to wreck your shit.
Yep.
I have a question.
Sure, what's up?
Can you turn off invasions?
Yeah, just stay hollowed.
Don't connect online, also. That's another
Yeah,
way
that
to
also
do it.
works.
What does stay hollowed mean?
When you die, right, your character's, like, appearance, like, basically fades into kind of like a burn, like, crisp thing, and you're effectively undead. You're a zombie. And that happens every time you die. If you're human form at some point and then you die, you're hollow. But if you die and you don't spend humanity to reverse holification, which is a thing that you have to, like, physically do, then you'll stay hollow. You can't be invaded.
Yep.
Also, there are various covenants that you can make with NPCs throughout the game, and there are a few of them that, like, deprioritize you on the PvP, like, matchmaking.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if you, like, say, make a covenant with the Way of the Way, which is actually the first covenant that's available to you as a player, then it deprioritizes you, and you are the last potential invade target based off of, like, any other covenant.
Yep, as opposed to if you join one of the other groups, which is the most likely to get invaded. So if you really like PvP, you can turn that on. And if you really dislike PvP, there are ways to avoid it.
Correct.
Are the people who really like the PvP those Sunbro guys?
No.
Sunbros are actually set up for co-op PvE. So they are more likely to be chosen to join someone's world where they need help. That's why they're Sunbros.
You can put your, like, name down in front of boss fights or something, and you can summon up to 2 or 3 other people to help you with a boss fight if you're really struggling.
Mm-hmm.
And it's mostly the Sunbros, because they get, like, bonus stuff with their fake guild thing for helping out other players.
Right.
Sunbros are good bros. That's why we praise the sun. That's
True
not
enough.
why we praise the sun.
But yeah, like, I got to the bottom of Blighttown, and, thankfully, because I'm playing on PC as opposed to PS3, my system doesn't chug, so it can handle Blighttown, so that's really cool. At first, I was kind of spooked because there was a bunch of things going on. You know, there's flying bugs, there's fire-breathing, like, ants or whatever. I can get poisoned just about anywhere. But after a couple of times of, like, going through that and just, like, painstakingly, like, walking down, okay, kill this one guy, move on. Kill this one guy, move on. Kill this one guy, move on. I found a bonfire down there, and so that expedited the process, like, exponentially. And then I felt free enough to explore. I found a lot of cool shit, and, killed some toxic bros, and then I found, like, the giant fire spider lady, and I was a little spooked, but then I remembered I had some bonus humanity, because I killed Mildred earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So, when you are human, one of the benefits, in addition to having higher defenses, is that you're able to summon people to your world. So... what I did is that I basically made, like, a mental map of, like, how to get to the boss fight with the least amount of combat, then reversed my holification, followed my path, summoned Mildred, and then went and rocked the boss. And there was a lot of that. Like, that's a lot of my experience with Dark Souls right now. And then I met that big jackass. What is he called? He's like...
There's a couple big jackasses.
No, but he's a lava dude, and he has, like, a really gross name.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Jesus, hold on. I'm just gonna pull it up real quick. What is this fucker's name? Ceaseless Discharge. That's his name. See, that's what I said. That's what I mean, Brian. But yeah, found that dude. And so he's a boss, and I think you should fight him, but you don't have to, actually. There's a handful of ways to just avoid fighting him altogether. But, he actually doesn't aggro you until, you take, some robes from, a corpse that he's clearly guarding. And then you can fight him. But there is a well-documented cheese for that fight, where, if you, right when you grab the robes, he, spawns, a giant, extra limb, and, tries to whack you with it. But if you run back to, the gate where you started, he'll try to swing at you, and then he'll put down that big extra limb for balance. But if you dodge the first hit, then you can break the limb that's holding him up for balance, and he just falls off the cliff to his death.
Yep.
And that was the end of the fight. GG's.
Bye.
That was, the last thing I did. I do need to... There was an NPC that I didn't realize was an NPC because it looks like a monster. And I hit him, and so I can't de-aggro him right now, but apparently there's a place where I can, say a couple Hail Marys and then go back, and then, then we can chill. So that's moderately annoying, but, whatever. I guess it's fine. But yeah, Dark Souls is cool. And, I think it's because, what... Man, there's a TV trope where it's saying it's like Hamlet but better, and it's because Hamlet was so influential that people have taken bits and pieces of it and put it in their own media, and it is a more adapted to its time, so I have more akin to it or whatever. I feel like I've played a lot of stuff that's been influenced by Dark Souls over the past 10 years that I get what it's doing specifically, but Dark Souls is older and a bit jankier, so as long as I'm patient, I'm fine. But yeah, that's where I'm at right now. Apparently there's still a lot more stuff to do because whenever I try to find out what weapon is good for the build that I'm using, top 15 choices are never anything that I've seen or heard of before. So I got a lot of stuff to do, apparently. But it's cool. I'm having fun. Shout out to Dark Souls, I guess.
I like Dark Souls. What if a Spirit Halloween store took meth aesthetic?
Yeah.
Man, so the PS5 arrived this week, and I had one more moment of self-inventory where I was like, should I buy a Demon's Souls? And I was like, nope, I should not buy Demon's Souls.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't think Brian would enjoy Demon's Souls. I think that's a fair assessment. Good on you, Brian.
Yeah. I had an Amazon tab open, and I was looking at it, and I was looking at Returnal, and I'm like, what are you fucking doing here? No. Just don't.
You already know the answer, Brian.
I do. Oh, and the answer is no.
Just do what I do and watch someone who's very, very good at the game play it. You'll feel very satisfied.
I agree with that. That's why I watch speedruns, honestly. I'm never going to do the 30-minute full clear Baba Is You speedrun, but I watched it, and that shit was dope.
It's crazy how good some people get at video games.
Mm-hmm.
I read a really interesting article this week about what speedruns are actually doing to someone's brain, which was really interesting. There is an incredible amount of both high-level memorization that needs to happen for speedruns, as well as fundamental understanding about how different things interact within rule sets.
Mm-hmm.
You can't simply just memorize. You also need to understand why things work.
Right. That's how you adjust.
And so somebody at this university in Toronto started doing CAT scans of speedrunners.
Okay.
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
And discovered that their hippocampus was more active and that their brain was becoming larger.
That makes sense.
Shouts to speedrunners.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently the same thing happens to cab drivers in large cities.
That also makes sense. Mm-hmm. They're very similar tasks.
Yeah, and long-term studies of cab drivers have found that cab drivers are less likely to experience dementia and other elder-related memory issues.
Because their hippocampus is so big.
Yeah.
So you're saying speedrunning is the cure for Alzheimer's. I feel you, dude. I'm on it. Let's get them to work.
I'm into that tech.
We're kind of doing a little bit of goofy joking here, but I'm very interested in real-world scientific or medical applications of video games, and it's very interesting to me.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of how people were discovering that Tetris helps with complex PTSD.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that we're doing like a jokey bit if it's like video games are discovered to have,
Well,
like,
I think that just saying
applications.
like speedrunning cures Alzheimer's, I think that that's like probably the jokey bit, because it's like it's what I would call like a gross oversimplification, but I don't think it's a mean-spirited one. It's just like,
Oh, okay, fair.
yeah.
It's just, yeah, it is a good way for me to say, look, Mom, I'm not wasting my brain playing video games all day. I'm actually helping it.
I don't know. It might be a legitimate hypothesis. Is all I'm saying. Jesus.
Yeah. Well, no, Rocky. Like, I say that like the like. All right.
The phrasing is the jokey bit.
Yeah, the
Right.
phrasing is the jokey bit. Like, I'm saying that like the intent is real.
I would like the person at Harvard to do that medical study, please.
I like someone at Stanford to do it.
Yeah, that's fair. Let's get Harvard, Stanford, and MIT involved.
Yeah, we'll just have them fight over it.
Yeah, it'll be great.
It'll be a study battle royale.
Yeah, and then I can argue with my mom with lots of scientific data instead of just one article.
Hell yeah.
Which is the best part, because you bring additional resources.
Mom, it's peer-reviewed, okay?
Yeah,
Like,
it's in
a lot of people
multiple
are working on it.
peer-reviewed journals. Like, you can't be mad at me for wanting to play video games on a school night now. I'm trying to keep my brain healthy.
Well, if you want stuff which has already got like several studies, you could share the Tetris stuff. So that's a thing.
It's a little late for me to be showing her the Tetris stuff. I am an adult. I make my own decisions now.
Okay.
But yeah, guys, I'm sure that you guys know that 4 out of 5 doctors recommend that everyone play Tales of Symphonia.
Mm-hmm.
It's good for your health, it's good for the economy, and it's good for the spirit, honestly. And I started playing it on Twitch, did like the first couple hours, and then I got rocked by a couple of bosses because I wasn't, grinding or anything. But no, okay, it wasn't grinding. I think I could have killed it if I had just blocked more. I do want to put that out there because the VODs exist, and they're just like, why doesn't he block? Oh my god. But, Tales of...
Rocky.
Because he wasn't doing Fermet's paradoxical button press.
Nah, I was definitely whiling. I wasn't respecting their offense, and that's fine. I can do that. I just need to slow down a little bit. I decided to switch to Dark Souls so I could practice on respecting my opponent's offense, and I'm going to take that energy back to Tales of Symphonia. It's a whole ecosystem I'm working on. Yes, absolutely.
So I am curious as to what platform you're playing on.
I'm playing on PC.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I am a little down because, apparently it doesn't run native 60 frames, which is fine. But would have been cool. But I know the PC version has, content that, that was made up after the GameCube version. I think Persea's story is a bit more fleshed out like it was in the PS2 version. Once again, Persea is a character that no one's going to be able to see on the stream until, I don't know, 4, 5, 1,700 weeks from now. Who knows? Because the game is big, and there's a lot of characters, but I gotta do a lot of stuff to get, the full cast.
We're gonna get there, though. Well, you're gonna get there.
Oh, no, we'll get there. We'll do it together. It'll be great. I am also...
kinda late. I'm gonna fall asleep during parts.
Yeah, I'm still debating if Wednesday's actually best for me. At the moment, I just put it there because I know I can make that time. But I may actually just stream on a day that I have off. I may end up streaming on, whatever non-weekend day we don't record on. And that way I can do bigger streams so I can get through more of the game. But also, I can, worry less about making it on time and stuff like that.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. But I'm not sure yet. I'm still figuring it out. If anyone has any input, there are myriad ways to contact us, social media. If you want to talk to me specifically, I'm on Facebook and Instagram. If you guys whisper the Twitch, Tegan or I will see it, and we'll talk about it and adjust our strategies accordingly, stuff like that. But I'm just really fucking hyped that I can see, these characters again. Lloyd Irving's great. I get to consistently bitch about how Lloyd Irving is already a Smash Bros. Character, and he should just be in Smash Bros. Mm-hmm. His entire moveset works exactly the same way. It's really fucking dumb. And, Genus is a character that's gonna get nuts in late game because he's the mage and that's what he does. That's how that scaling works. But one of the things that I may have, talked over this week is that, in Tales of Symphonia, when characters get, bigger, more powerful spells, they get longer incantations and it actually comes out as, bespoke dialogue. And I've always really loved that about this game. Rain Sage, who is, the only, de facto healer in the game, has really, really great voice lines, and I heard them a lot because I was really good at, taking damage to the face as a kid. But there's one that I took with me into Final Fantasy XIV. Well, actually 2. which is her voice line for Resurrection, which is where she screams, "Bring back this soul from purgatory," and then shouts Resurrection, and the character comes back to life. And that was like my Ray's like flavor text for like 4 years in Final Fantasy XIV. And there was like another one that was like bring healing to this sacred land, I think, that I used for a different ability called Sacred Soil. And so like I really love this game, and I really love the characters, and there's a lot of really cool stuff that I'm really excited to show people that like want to come along for the journey. I fucking love Tales of Symphonia, and hopefully when I'm done, you guys will love it too.
You'll get no arguments from me on Tales of Symphonia. Like, I think that you and I have had on this podcast like a long conversation about trying to figure out like what was the last great Tales game. Mm-hmm. And I think it'd be fair to say like, hey, if you're hearing gushing about Tales of Symphonia, like, we're here to say it's a great game, but what I will go ahead and do is say, like, if you play Tales of Symphonia and really, really love it, you can go ahead and do a solid skip on that direct sequel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Dawn of the New...
I actually played that. Like, I actually feel really bad. So, like, I've talked about it before. I have 3 younger brothers, and my youngest brother, Emery, or Fuzz, he got into RPGs like me, mostly because, honestly, he couldn't stomach a lot of competitive stuff. Like, he'd take losses really personally, and because he played us, he'd lose often, so it wasn't great. Mm. But, he really got into RPGs, and when we played together, we ended up, like, playing, like, the iconic stuff, like, together. But, like, he used to pick up the sequels, and, like, I feel like he didn't get, like, really great experiences out of them. Like, he still staunchly defends them, you know? Like, he played through the Tales of Symphonia sequel basically on his own. And, like, it was one of the first RPGs he did on his own without, like, too much trouble, and he was really proud of it. It's just, like, it's kind of a shame because it's not that great of a game. But, like, he really holds that dear to himself. Something similar happened with, like, Kingdom Hearts, because we actually played 1 and 2 together, and he played, like, all of the sequels. Well, like, sans the PSP ones, because we didn't have a PSP. But he picked up 358, he picked up Recoded, he picked up 1.5, 2.5, and the 2.8s. I think he played Kingdom Hearts 3, but I actually don't remember if he did. But, like, he was the one that actually, like, endured the slog, is what I'd call it. But, like, he had a lot of fun playing them. But I kind of feel bad. Like, I wish there was, like, a really, like, fresh game that we could both experience together. Like, for the first time, that would be really great. But I don't know. You know, like, maybe we'll play Chrono Trigger at some point. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, well, there's that game which is, I think, supposed to be sometime, like, it's still called soon, but, like, they're sending preview copies to IGN, so maybe soon is real. Mm-hmm. Baldo the Guardian Owls.
Huh.
Which, I continue to be so high on that game. Everything about it just looks incredible. It honestly feels like one of those, what I would call, like, full impossible coin assaults. Like, it looks like every one of us is just directly targeted. Based on, like, your RPG relationship with Fuzz, like, seems like a perfect hang out and do together game. It just, it looks great.
I'll look into it.
Yeah. Tegan.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm here, I'm on.
You have acquired physical objects.
Yes, I have acquired physical, and someone is trying to get me to acquire many digital objects. But I guess we'll talk about the physical ones first. That's fine. So I have obtained, with my physical hands, a capture card.
Hooray!
Yeah, I got a Elgato HD 60S, which is an external capture card. And so because of that, my library of games has opened up dramatically for things I can play on stream, which is very exciting for me. I was trying it out a little bit over the weekend, not like actively streaming, but just like getting used to stuff and trying to make sure that like it wasn't stuttering and that sort of thing. And I'm gonna look like I'm very bad at games for a little bit, but I promise that I'm not as bad as I'm gonna be looking at. There's just a little bit of like input lag that I have to mentally calculate for. And like, I'm bad at math, so...
I'm actually big worried about how much input lag there'll actually be.
It's not that bad. It's like half a second, maybe. I'm just dumb. I just kept walking into stuff. I'm sure there's a way for me to set up my setup around it somehow. I just don't know how to do it.
For sure.
I'm dumb. So if y'all have advice, I'm willing to hear it, because I don't know what I'm doing. I do have 2 monitors. It's fine. Everything will be fine. But, like, I played a little bit of Spiritfarer for a little bit to try and, like, make it look good, because it's, like, easy to move around in. I wasn't worried about, like, rendering issues so much as, like, just input lag sort of thing. But I made it through. I also played Link's Awakening, which looked beautiful, and I made it through the first dungeon, even though I died twice in the dungeon, which neither time were directly my fault. It was mostly me walking and then not jumping at the right time. My bad, because of the like little bit of lag. But I worked around it, and I did make it through the temple without too much trouble, so I think we're gonna be okay. I'm just gonna look a little stupid for the beginning of Skyward Sword, which we're gonna be starting this week. I'm very excited about it. So, you know, it'll be fine. It'll be good. The other physical object I got were the Joy-Cons.
The what? I'm sorry?
The beautiful... Do you remember when they announced the Skyward Sword HD remake and the Legend of Zelda Joy-Cons and how excited I was? And then they sold out immediately, and I was really sad, and I wasn't going to pay scalpers for them.
I do remember that, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have to pay scalpers for them because they had some extras at my local GameStop when I went to pick up the game. And I was just like, do you have the extra Joy-Cons? Do you have extra Joy-Cons? And they were like, yes. And I was like, cool, I want them. And so I got them. And they're beautiful. One of them is dark blue, and one of them is dark purple. And the straps have the same pattern as the Master Sword, like hand wrap. Oh, I'm so happy.
Did you get the Zelda and Loftwing amiibo?
No, I did not get the Zelda and Loftwing amiibo. I am okay with not having it. For me, the ability to just go up to the sky at any location as opposed to at the bird statues where you also have to save doesn't matter. I will, though, be getting one somehow, some way before Breath of the Wild 2 comes out, because I am 100% positive that you're gonna get some kind of Skyward Sword bullshit from that amiibo, just like you did with all the other Legend of Zelda amiibos. So I'm gonna get it. I'm just not worried about it right now. Does that make sense?
It does.
Cool. Yeah. I'm so happy. They're so pretty. They're so pretty. I have them charging right now, so they're ready for stream time. Tuesdays, 6 o'clock Eastern. Me.
So I have a question. Like, I know that when you turn on Joy-Cons, that, like, at the system level, the Switch understands, like, the color of your Joy-Cons. So, like, it displays the color of the Joy-Cons. Mm-hmm. Like, when I use my gray Joy-Cons, it shows them as gray. When I use my blue and red, it shows them as blue and red. So, like, how does it represent the Skyward Sword Joy-Cons?
They are represented as dark purple and dark blue.
Okay.
They don't have, like, a special Triforce symbol on them or anything. They're just dark purple, dark blue.
Okay.
It's, like, the same with the Splatoon ones, you know? Like, the Splatoon colors, they're just bright pink and bright green. Or, I also have the Luigi's Mansion ones, which are just purple and orange, and the, Animal Crossing ones, which are just light blue and light green.
Cool.
So, they're just colors. They're just colors, but it's okay. I like them still. I'm a Zelda person. I'm very excited for Zelda thing. You have extra Joy-Cons. I have so many Joy-Cons. People forget that we have 2 Switches in this household. So we have Joy-Cons, and then we have the spare Joy-Cons, and then Alex also, like, we also got Alex a Pro controller, so that, because he was, in the same way that the Xbox controller is too big for my hands, the Switch Joy-Con controller is too small for his hands. Just a little bit. So he kept, like, overshooting buttons. So we just, like, I buy the Joy-Cons when I think they're in a pretty color, you know? I also have a GameCube controller. I have the old, I got the silver GameCube controller when those came out, because I had a silver Wavebird controller, which was, like, the GameCube wireless one. So when they announced the GameCube controller in silver, I was like, yep, I'm gonna pick up one of those. It's just nice to have options.
I'm with it.
You know, it occurs to me that something which none of us put in our banter, but definitely feels like banter, which is relevant to the interest of this radio program, is that Nickelodeon and Ludosity announced a thing this week
Oh, are you talking about the Nick fighter that's going to be on Switch?
I am.
Okay.
I'm excited. Who's excited?
I think it's going to be good.
You're excited.
I mean, like, see my day one Helga, but, we'll see what happens.
I know that they're doing that thing where they're drip feeding the announcements of fighters at this point because they want to maintain the hype. I'm just saying, please just go ahead and confirm for me, even though I could see her silhouette on the box. Just say Korra is in the game, please.
Korra's
just do it.
Game. Like, don't even worry about it.
Korra's in the game. Yeah.
Aang's also in the game.
True.
If Korra's in the game, Aang has to be in the game.
I would like to see some, like, older Nickelodeon cartoon shit. Like, can Duckula be in the game? Can I get some Duckula? I would like to see Duckula and Danger Mouse in this video game. Come on.
Unlikely. I'm going to say unlikely because I don't even know who those are. Google Duckula. Here we go. Making Brian feel old. Duckula? Count Duckula?
Yep.
Honestly, I think Duckula may actually make it in because, like, the same way that, like, Smash 64 basically brought characters into, like, the Western consciousness that, like, didn't really have, like, stateside releases, like, improved their popularity and allowed them to, like, port or, like, target, like, Western audiences with their products. Like, Fire Emblem is a great example. So maybe, like, Duckula gets in, and then if people really vibe with Duckula, we get more Duckula content. Who knows?
I would love to see Duckula and Danger Mouse make the leap. Those were my Nicktoons growing up. They're key.
Okay,
they're super key.
So Duckula is originally a British television show?
Yes.
I do recognize Danger Mouse. Not from Nickelodeon, though. But yeah, Danger Mouse is also British, it looks like.
Yes, they are in fact the same company.
So it'll probably depend on whether or not Nickelodeon can re-get those rights. Which I don't see why they wouldn't be able to necessarily, but I also don't necessarily know the rules around that.
They have the rights, they're just not doing anything with them.
Well, I mean, they have the rights, but wouldn't they have to relicense them to put them in the video game?
I guess that's a good point. I don't know if the rights they have include games.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that I wouldn't be convinced of. Like, that's the only reason I could see them not being in the game initially, maybe added later as DLC fighters.
Because they gotta do that business.
Yeah, they gotta do that business.
I don't know how I feel about Ren and Stimpy characters in the game.
I don't like Ren and Stimpy, so I'm opposed.
I don't mind Ren and Stimpy as long as I can beat them.
Oh, that's fair. You only want them available so you can crush them into the ground.
Like, I mean, that is also valuable. But I think, like, more so, like, if I can beat Ren and Stimpy players, then I don't care that they're in the game. As, like, someone that plays fighting games is all I really care about. Like, there are characters I actually hate, like, as characters. And so what I do is I learn their matchup. And I decide personally that I'm never going to lose to them ever again. And as long as they're not, like, absolutely day one busted and stay that way, then, like, I don't care if they're in the game.
The reason that, like, I'm like, I don't know how about Ren and Stimpy characters being in the game is I don't know if at this point John Crickfalusi is still getting any money from Ren and Stimpy.
Mm-hmm.
And John Crickfalusi is, like, a sexual abuser.
Right.
Yeah. And I don't like the idea of him, like, getting to cash more Ren and Stimpy checks. So if John K. no longer gets Ren and Stimpy money, then I don't care. Because, like, Ren and Stimpy were part of my teenage years, and if, in fact, John Crickfalusi no longer owns the rights to Ren and Stimpy, then I'm really glad that Hatsune Miku created Ren and Stimpy. But if he does still get money from them, then, like, I'm not into it. But overall, I think it's really neat. Like, I feel like there's a couple companies out there that can do this. Like, this very, very specific thing. Like, have access to, like, a wide enough, disparate range of, like, weird IP that don't go together, that, like, everybody really likes, and makes people think of their childhood, that people want to knock off platforms. Like, yeah, I want to take Leonardo and kick SpongeBob off a platform. Like, Nickelodeon can do this. Like, there's a couple other companies that I think that could. Like, I think Hasbro could do this. Because, like, Hasbro just keeps on, like, acquiring the rights to, like, various other, like, toy lines.
And so, like, at this point, Hasbro owns most people my age's childhood. And I think that if they were like, hey, bro, do you want, like, a platform fighter that features most toy lines that, like, Gen Xers remember growing up, like, who wouldn't want to use Bumblebee to, like, kick Cobra Commander off a platform?
I feel like these are different things. If we're comparing platform fighters, like, even if we don't focus too hard on Smash, but, like, they definitely fit into the space, I don't think the character inclusions are nostalgia buys. Like, I think they are specifically about, like, mostly active fandoms, and, like, they get people to, like, interact with things that they aren't familiar with. Smash 64, like, they basically, they put Pikachu, Mario, Link, Samus, and in a game where, like, most people didn't, like, knew clearly who they were. Right. But then, like, they included characters like Captain Falcon, which some people may not be familiar with, but a bunch of people got into F-Zero because of it. Like, even with, like, later platform fighters, which either feature new characters or characters that are already, like, popular, making a nostalgia platform fighter is a different thing. Like, I'm not going to speak about its efficacy because I don't really know, but I'm not sure that's why platform fighters work.
I think there's probably a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B.
Sure.
I'm thinking now more about specifically, like, when Melee hit and, like, what drove so much of, like, you know, the release window Melee local multiplayer success. And, like, Melee is, like, well known as, like, one of the great dorm room games. Like, if you were to, like, assemble the list of dorm room classics, it's like Melee, Soul Calibur, GoldenEye. You know, like, these were the games that, like, dominated dorm rooms across the country. And so, like, I think that, like, when you gathered together, like, a bunch of people who were, like, in their late teens, early 20s, some of whom, like, maybe hadn't necessarily connected with games in a while, but they're like, oh, okay, Fred has a GameCube, and the guys are sitting together having some beer and playing with this thing, then, like, I think that, like, part of, like, I definitely do think that you're right, Rocky, that, like, there is a meaningful percentage, like a not insignificant percentage of, like, what drives the success of Smash, which is, like, active fandoms. I also think that there is probably a percentage which is nostalgia, and that what makes Smash really powerful and what makes Smash really unique is that it's a place where people can, like, have those experiences together, and one doesn't necessarily shout down the other, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Yeah. You can have people sit down who used to play Zelda and currently play Zelda, and Smash is a place where, like, those experiences kind of, like, get equalized. So, like, maybe in addition to, like, making new fans, what Smash also does is invite back old fans who have lapsed. And that's where I think that, like, something like Hasbro would, like, be successful. Because there are certainly, like, currently, like, both kids and adults who give a giant shit about Transformers and love it and are passionate about it. But then there's, like, people who, like, only remember it or kind of, like, are casual about it around the edges, who something like a platform fighter, which features, like, various properties that Hasbro owns, be like, oh, I could get into that. You know, like, a game where I can, like, have Transformers fight G.I. Joe, fight Thundercats, like, that sounds awesome. I think Disney could do this too. I think Disney also has, like, a wide enough variety of IP that people, I mean, would you guys like to knock Darth Vader off a platform as Mickey Mouse?
No. I don't think Disney should do this. I think Disney's too powerful already. I don't think they need another thing.
They're much more focused in making, like, every game Marvel Avengers anyways.
Yeah.
So.
It'd be Disney Avengers.
So what Disney could do then is release it as a free-to-play game, which is terrible, give it login bonuses, and make some other Tegan out there, like a different Tegan, weep, because, like, different Tegan is like, I don't want to play Disney Fighters, but if I don't play Disney Fighters this week,
then I can't get Maleficent.
I
hate my life.
Yeah, I don't know that there's any alternate universe Tegan that would actively play a Disney fighting game.
No, I'm talking about like the idea of like a Tegan who is both called and regrets her experience with a free-to-play game.
Oh, that Tegan already exists. It's this one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
that's just this Tegan.
In infinite universes, all the different Tegans are vexed by different free-to-play games.
Yeah, they fucking are. I'm being hunted by a free-to-play game right now. It is Shining Nikki.
It does have a gun.
Literally every single advertisement on every single platform I go on right now is a Shining Nikki advertisement. Since I talked about it on the show last week, that's all I've seen. It's on my Twitter, it's on my YouTube, it's on Facebook, it's on Instagram, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. I can't escape it. And they're all just like twirling around and posing in their different outfits, and I'm just like, fuck! Like, to the point that I was surfaced a review of the game from Polygon that was like, the Love Nikki sequel immediately goes wild, and now I have a gun. And I was like, oh no, can I, the third level where you have to make a cool outfit, you get a gun, and the gun gives you bonus stuff, and then you do cute poses with the gun? Oh god. And like, there were a lot of costumes in the last game where like, from the north, quote unquote, which like had like a military theme to all their fashion. So like, there were guns in the game before that gave you bonus stuff, but like, these guns are cooler now, and I need them, but I can't get in this game, or I will lose all of my money. I'm being actively hunted by Shining Nikki. Someone else on the show has to play the game so they'll go away.
Brian, you gotta do it.
Nope.
Well, Brian,
I'm already on Roblox.
Brian,
you know what? Fine. No, guys, stop. I will do the Shining Nikki fucking thing. I will use Streamlink or something so that Tegan can see it, but not have to play it. I will do this solid, Tegan.
So you're going to generate Shining Nikki pornography for Tegan.
Pornography? Jesus Christ. Well, we call it content, man.
You say potato. I say pornographo. I don't know.
It's like food porn, but fashion.
There we go.
Fashion porn. So,
earlier this week, Tegan verbally assaulted me.
No, you verbally assaulted me.
All right, look.
You swung first. You swung first.
What are you fucking talking about? What I'm saying is that you directly assaulted my honor. So I said a thing on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I said that the Zelda Timeline was a loop. I said that the Zelda Timeline was a loop. And Tegan's response to this...
That's not what you said. You said the timeline is a circle.
Yes.
Not that it was a loop. That it was a circle, which is a different thing.
Oh, for fuck. Like, how is a loop not a circle? 1 second. Hey, Siri. Is a circle a loop?
That's a different question.
Okay, I found this on the web for is a circle a loop. Check it out.
I'm sorry, Rocky. How is that not the same question?
All circles are loops. Not all loops are circles.
A loop has an entrance point and an exit point. A circle does not.
A loop does not have an entrance and exit point.
I'm going to draw a loop for you, Brian. I'm going to put it in the chat. Right?
Brian, have you ever seen a roller coaster? There was a roller coaster at my local Cedar Point Amusement Park, America's Rock and Roller Coaster. That's called the Double Loop. And you enter a loop, and you exit a loop. And then you enter a different loop that's next to the first one, and then you exit that loop. It's a double loop. You don't just keep going around the same loop. It's a different loop.
I have included a drawing of a loop and a circle in our chat, and I challenge you, Brian, to tell me that these are the same thing.
Rocky, I really appreciate your loop.
Thank you.
I'm also really glad that it'll be easy to generate this week's thumbnail. Oh, okay, then. Okay, so the Zelda timeline is the one on the right.
Yeah, you said it's a circle.
Yeah, you said it's a circle.
Quoted you correctly. That's fine.
I could have read the tweet from my memory because it was seared. You directly attacked me in my sleep. I took psychic damage.
What the fuck are you talking
I
about?
took psychic damage in my sleep. I woke up, I looked at Twitter. The first thing I see on my timeline is Brian saying, the Zelda timeline is a circle. And I'm like, this is a bit, right? You're kidding. If it's a bit, you have to tell
and so
me.
then she says to me, like, is this a bit or is this entrapment? And I'm like, what?
If it's entrapment, you have to tell me.
And I'm like, what the, like, and so, like, number one, just, like, the notion that, like, I can't express the opinion on a piece of media without it being about her, and that, like, it's some effort to be, like, bad.
Me from
Well,
the
I mean, this
abyss,
isn't
Brian.
just, like, just about her. This is also specifically Zelda. It's, like, 80% of her shtick. We have bonus episodes where she tears apart the Zelda timeline. This is obviously important to her.
I'm just saying that, like, then how about this? The Zelda timeline is a closed loop. Is that the right phrase? It's a circle. It's a fucking circle. It's a closed loop.
Right, but the question still hasn't been answered. Is this a bit?
No, it is not a fucking bit. It is not a bit. This is not a joke.
Okay.
It is the truth of the Zelda timeline.
I hope you come correct, bro.
What do you mean that you hope I come? Like,
because Tegan might kill you over this, bro. This might be the reason you die. Like, that's what I mean. I hope you got this, man.
All right. Okay, so you want the book report on this?
Yeah, the
She
moderator
does,
will
yeah.
allow up to an hour.
Okay.
The moderator is also me.
God damn it. No, I'm the moderator.
I mean,
okay?
I'm willing to hear him out, which is why I'm saying I'm allowing up to an hour.
Okay, so I guess that, like, the first thing I want to start with was, like, as I, like, started to, like, explore Skyward Sword again, upon the re-release.
Right.
There were things that, like, I started to feel about the space that felt suggestive and familiar in a way that called to mind Breath of the Wild for me, which is at the opposite end of the timeline, according to Nintendo. And the first one that comes to mind is at the beginning of the game, after Zelda disappears, the room in which, like, Link gets the sword feels so much, like, structurally in its presentation, like a shrine being revealed in Breath of the Wild.
Yes. This is on
Like,
purpose. Continue.
Like, okay, like, its scale and presentation. And, like, I also think about, like, the way that Breath of the Wild uses, like, technology. And Fee feels so much like that as well. And like the kind of like the prehistory, which is suggested by Skyward Sword, like the prehistory, like Demise and the goddess. And this is where I'm going to go. Like, again, Tegan, this is all sincere here. I believe that, like.
No, I'm ready. I'm 100% ready. Go ahead. I'm listening to you with actual intent. Go ahead.
Okay, so, like, I feel like Demise. I feel like the prehistory of Demise. Like, yes, Demise ultimately becomes Ganon, but, like, I think that, like, Ganon ultimately becomes Demise. Like, I think that the prehistory of the goddess, like, the goddess is Zelda from, like, post Breath of the Wild, and Ganon, like, Ganon's form in Breath of the Wild feels like this, like, ultimate expression of, like, Ganon's power. Like, he's been seeking that kind of, like, limitless, incredible power, like, in the various, like, threads on the timeline, and, like, the way he's, like, represented, like as a physical avatar in, like, when you get to the final boss fight in Breath of the Wild, like Ganon's presentation in that game is, like, fucking incredible. Like, the scale of Ganon feels so much more intimidating than, like, so many other representations of the character. Like, he feels like like, maybe not just from, like, a practical mechanical standpoint, but he feels like the most powerful Ganon. Like, you're just like, oh my god, this Ganon, like, so fucking big. Like, the horse sequence, everything, the various phases of the boss fight. Like he's the fact that like Zelda's had to like sit there like holding him back for 100 years. That like this is a Ganon who personally was able to like knock Link on his ass, so that way he had to fucking sit in a tanning bed for 100 years. Mm-hmm. You know, he's the ultimate Ganon, and so like I feel like Zelda is the goddess. Ganon becomes Demise, and then the cycle begins anew. The prehistory referenced in Skyward Sword is Breath of the Wild. And so, like, when I see stuff, which is, you know, in the forthcoming, like, Breath of the Wild sequel, where we're seeing, like, land masses raised to the sky, I'm like, oh, that's the cycle readying itself to, you know, like, to begin anew. Like, these are the last moments before the timeline, you know, like, these are the moments. Like, these are those final moments. And, like, I think about, like, stuff like the way that, like, just, like, little environmental touches. Like the way bokoblins look in, like, both. And, like, there's just, it kind of feels like the entire history of the Zelda timeline is the world forgetting where it came from at any given time. Because of there is a point in which like the timeline becomes fractured, people lose sight of the fact that the history is the future. I mean, like, I don't know if any of this is making sense. I don't know. Like, obviously, Tegan, you think I've been huffing paint.
Do you remember when they showed the trailer for Breath of the Wild 2? And Rocky and I said that Skyward Sword was going to specifically be required reading for Breath of the Wild 2.
Yes.
So, Breath of the Wild, regular Breath of the Wild, has within it multiple locations that are the identical locations that you visit in Skyward Sword already.
Yes. And I think I think that is because, like, I think that they're so close to, like, they are covertly so close together on the timeline because the timeline is a closed loop.
I don't think the timeline itself is a loop. Skyward Sword is the beginning of the hero cycle. So, like, they say this is the beginning of the hero's story. So something happens before Skyward Sword. Like, and part of that is referenced in, like, the prehistory stuff where they talk about Hylia versus Demise and that whole thing. There is more to that, I think. Like, more other stuff happens before that. That does a lot more damage before causing the hero cycle, specifically. And I don't necessarily think it's because Demise is being, like, punished necessarily or whatever. I don't think it's so much about, like, them. I think it's specifically about what the original hero did to be punished by the gods and having to redeem himself. And we haven't seen that part yet. I think specifically that this Hyrule in Breath of the Wild, like, we will be going back up to Skyloft. Like, we're going there, baby. Skyloft has specifically been hidden from the world below for many years. And I think finding out why, like, it's been hidden is going to be important. I'm interested to see if any of the people of Skyloft, like, if there's still a civilization up there. It doesn't look like it is. It looks like they all moved down to the world below. Like, that's kind of the implication at the end of Skyward Sword, spoiler alert, is that the people of Skyloft, like, once they've gained the ability to move freely, they end up all moving down to the world. And so then there is no one up there.
So what if the thing that the hero did, the failure that required redemption, was, I don't know, losing to Ganon, and then...
No, I think the hero that is being redeemed is the hero we see in Fierce Deity Link specifically.
Okay.
That is the bad guy who is being redeemed.
So
I don't think losing to Ganon is the thing he needs to be redeemed for.
So, but I hope it's clear that number one, this wasn't a bit.
Yeah, no, I get it. I understand it wasn't a bit. You still summoned me from the abyss and dealt me psychic damage. Like, that's not incorrect. But Ganon is a person who is corrupted by power. Power is specifically what Demise is after. Demise sort of possesses that part of the Triforce, and in so corrupts whoever holds that part of the Triforce, which just happens to later be Ganon. Or Ganondorf. Like, whichever one you want. One and the same.
And this is where we get into, like, the whole, like, the Legend of Zelda series. Part of its nature is it is a series of Japanese video games that, through their prism, like, examine Western fantasy storytelling. You know, like, in the key art for The Legend of Zelda before the Triforce, like, there was a Link with a cross shield in key art.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so, like, it's part of what makes the series so interesting is that it's Western fantasy through the prism of Japanese perspective. And, like, I feel that, like, you know, part of that is that I think that there is this, like, the Christian view of the Trinity is part of, like, an understanding of Zelda, and that there is something to, like, the idea of, like, both renewed identity for each piece of the Triforce. Like, say that the Triforce of Power is the Triforce of Power, which is, like, a formless thing, but, like, just so, like, as like, God is God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Each piece of the Triforce has, like, different identities, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
I mean, that is a fair assessment, but also the rule of three exists in multiple other ideologies, so I don't think you can count that specifically as, like, this is a Christian reading.
No. I don't.
Or, like, this is a Japanese version of a Christian reading. You know?
But there is also, like, the direct invocation of, like, Christian imagery in the original game, like the use of the cross, like, and also, like, and, like, I also know that, like, multiple religions, both, like, Western and Eastern, have, like, the notion of, like, God's sacrifice, like, the idea that, like, that there is the idea of God's sacrifice, but, like, the idea of, like, heroic sacrifice for the good of the world by God figures, like, and so this one suffered so that the world might survive, does feel like, at least thematically, like it's dominated by, like, at least like in Western writing, by, like, Christian imagery.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, it's a fascinating fucking topic, and it just like the idea that the timeline itself is cyclical and that it renews itself it seemed like something that somebody was finally in a position to, like, have the power to, like, make that real, because for years there were, like, Zelda games which have, like, bounced from, like, director to director, but the reality is that a great many Zelda games since 2001 have had the same director, and that's Fujibayashi, and, like, he didn't direct Wind Waker and he didn't direct Twilight Princess because those were, like, larger console games that were already in development, but he did start out directing games that were, like, handheld Zelda games. The Oracle games, Capcom, he directed Minish Cap, he directed Phantom Hourglass, and then after Phantom Hourglass, his next game was he directed Skyward Sword, and then after he directed Skyward Sword, he moved directly on to Breath of the Wild. And so, like, because he has had so much control over the Zelda series for so long, we would be remiss to not notice that there is, for the first time in a long time, like, a singular creative voice who has had long-term control over this series, and, like, he has had the ability to essentially author what is now considered the beginning and end of this timeline, like, regardless of whether or not we think it's a closed loop, the same director directed the game at the beginning of the timeline, at the end of the timeline. And so it seems like if someone were looking for a way to make all of this shit make sense, because like Nintendo like retconned into existence the timeline at all, that like say time is a flat circle, like this is all a loop, seems like a way to like wrap that up as like neatly as a bow. And like considering that this guy's now been in charge of directing Zelda games now for 20 years, it just feels very like neat, and like it would just wrap things up with a bow. Like, okay, like this checks out. Like this guy's been running Zelda games for that long, and like he has like created ways for like games to fit together. I don't know. Like obviously, like there's no need for us to see eye to eye on this. Like obviously, but like it felt like there was just so much there, and that there are words now within The Legend of Zelda which feel like loaded language now, and like in a post Breath of the Wild world. Like it occurred to me, like again at the beginning of the game, when when we're getting like expository dialogue, and someone says the word tablet to us, that like our understanding of the Sheikah Slate changes what the word tablet means, just from like
because we're no longer visualizing the speaking stones or the Sheikah stones.
Right, and I'm just like, oh my god, like it just the way the word feels now, like rings differently than when it did when Skyward Sword was released. You know, and it's like like it kind of feels like this is different. This language is more loaded now. And so to like walk into something which feels like a Breath of the Wild shrine, and then hear the word tablet, and then speak to this entity which is like obviously like representative of advanced technology, but is from a like pre-recorded past. And it's just like, I was like, oh god, this entity is from the future. And that is my book report on the Zelda timeline being a closed loop. Also, I started playing Skyward Sword.
Surprise!
Obviously.
I mean, we're going to be playing Skyward Sword on stream, so if anybody doesn't want to play Skyward Sword, doesn't want to pick it up or whatever before Breath of the Wild 2 comes out, because, like, you heard the motion controls suck and stuff, you can just watch me play it. It'll be fine.
Oh, yeah, that reminds me. Brandon, are you forced to use motion controls?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So it is a case of like them like literally just using like bad language in their marketing material, where they're like, you can use button controls in handheld. Like you can also on your couch use button controls.
You just have to turn it on in the options menu.
Yup. Like it does default to button controls, obviously, if you're using a Switch Lite. It's like, oh, you're on a Switch Lite, we will default to button controls. But like if you're sitting on your couch in docked mode, then you can manually switch to button controls. Using button controls, like I am definitely enjoying this video game a lot more. There's so much about it that was like incredibly frustrating with the motion controls years ago, because I'm sorry, that little fucking stupid thing that you were supposed to snap onto the bottom of the Wiimote did not make it that much more precise. There was lots of like, no, really, I'm slashing that way, I promise. And the game was like, whatever, you're not, dude. Like I'm still not wild about needing to use the right thumbstick to like create the slashes, but it is a lot less frustrating than like waving your arm about and it not understanding the way you're waving your arm. So like it does go a lot faster, and it lets you like more dwell on the fact that like Skyward Sword really does have some of the best dungeons in the entire damn series, which I think got obscured by the fact that people were so frustrated about the motion controls, 10 years ago. Like, now that you could just, like, sit there and enjoy them, it's like, hey, look, Skyward Sword has some really good fucking dungeons. I also think that the writing in this game is really snappy. Groose is fucking great. Just, like, there's just no way around that. Groose forever. I don't know why I don't have a Groose amiibo, I'm here asking for a Groose amiibo.
You know it's because they couldn't release Groose. They can't let Groose be loose. That's it. Groose is on loose. No, he's not. They can't allow it.
We've got one fighter left for Smash.
It's not going to be Groose.
That is the final nail in the coffin for all the Waluigi people. Just make it Groose. Just so fantastic. It is a good video game. It is a good-ass video game. I'm glad you're going to be hopping back in, Tegan. I'm glad I picked it up. I was really on the fence about whether or not I was going to do this. I was like, Skyward Sword. I remember Skyward Sword being kind of a pain in the ass that I put down because it was a pain in the ass. And then picking this up, I was like, oh, all of the reasons that I thought it was a pain in the ass entirely had to do with the lack of precision of Wii motion controls. Mm-hmm. Considering that even the Joy-Cons motion controls are better than the Wii's, just the Joy-Cons themselves are more precise than the Wiimotes. I think that people who are playing with motion controls will even have a better time than they did on the Wii. I know that when I played the terrible Super Mario 3D All-Stars, that just because of the Wiimotes having more precision, Super Mario Galaxy was more tolerable, and Mario Galaxy asks for more motion control stuff than Skyward Sword does. So I also was like, hey, Brian, why don't you just spend tonight just playing through A Link to the Past again? Because why not? And so I replayed Link to the Past.
And how was it?
Oh, it's fantastic. It really is.
Of course it is.
It's just so fucking good.
And that one, honestly, A Link to the Past has aged very well, all things considered.
Yeah. And I think a lot of it has to do with the series was still very young. And so, I think that there is a measure of self-seriousness which, hung over the series for a long time. And I think peaked with Twilight Princess. There was definitely, a point where people were like, oh, these are serious games about serious business, and Link has a sword and there's trouble, and man, motherfucker, in Link to the Past, there's a goddamn painting of Mario. What do you want? There's a painting of Mario in this video game. These video games have not always been these stuffy affairs that
I mean,
internet.
In Link's Awakening, you fight Goombas and piranha plants.
Yeah, exactly. And back when the series was young and had room to be goofy, and then these self-serious neckbeards got out there and were oh, I want my Zelda to be this very serious affair. And I'm like, there's other series out there. If you want dour, serious action RPGs, there are in fact dour, serious action RPGs out there. And they're like, no, I would prefer for this particular action RPG series to be dour and serious. Well, no one else does, neckbeards. And so, I'm glad that, the series is, starting to get more comfortable being mechanically goofy. Giving Link a fucking ridiculous motorcycle thing in Breath of the Wild is definitely, the series being comfortable being goofy again. The series is... There was, a lot of silliness in Breath of the Wild. Thirsty Arrow Girl is an excellent example. I'm glad that the series is comfortable being silly again. But there was definitely a time where, Nintendo caved to those people, and it was a bummer. And I think it has, Nintendo, it's so wild, how, number one, how well Wind Waker has aged critically, because you just talk to people now, and Wind Waker is discussed with nothing but affection. Wind Waker is fucking great. So much about Wind Waker is excellent. It's so cute and perfect to put a fucking barrel over you and sneak around, stealing weapons from enemies, as far back as the GameCube feels revelatory and just exciting. And it feels the more dour entries in the series haven't aged as well critically.
And so I appreciate the silliness of Link to the Past. Also, like, much like Skyward Sword, the dungeons in Link to the Past are just about fucking perfect. Like, such good dungeons. Chef's kiss. It makes me hope that... I really do hope there are some larger dungeons in Breath of the Wild, too. You know?
Mm-hmm. Do you mean dungeons? Do you mean you hope there are dungeons in Breath of the Wild, too?
Yeah.
Because I don't think there were proper Zelda dungeons in Breath of the Wild at all.
Oh, you don't think that, like, climbing up the butt of a giant, like, mechanical elephant qualifies as a dungeon, Tegan?
No, I mean, I don't think it's a... I think it is a experience, but I don't think it was a proper Zelda dungeon.
There was exactly one dungeon in Breath of the Wild, and it was Hyrule Castle.
And even then, it was only kind of, because there weren't any, like, puzzles.
Right.
Yeah, there
it was more
wasn't, like, any, like...
Yeah.
Right.
Like, so I think ultimately the problem with Breath of the Wild, like, the reason I feel comfortable saying that there wasn't a dungeon in Breath of the Wild is that there wasn't the combination exploration and puzzle solving elements that really make up most Zelda, like the traditional Zelda dungeons, in sort of that sprawling way that dungeons were. The Divine Beasts were larger than the Sheikah Shrines, for sure, but they were still, like, small, contained areas.
Yeah.
You know? And that was about it. There wasn't that, like, kind of sprawling, like, I get a key in this room, and then I have to run 6 feet, you know, back through 15 rooms to unlock this other door that allows me to get a thing that allows me to traverse this specific dungeon, and then I can use it in further dungeons. Like, there wasn't any of that.
Like, so a moment I had, you know, playing Skyward Sword, and, like, I know that I just brought up Link to the Past, but, like, a moment that I had in Skyward Sword as I started playing through it again was, like, right after the opening of the game, when I got to the woods, there was something that I had never realized about the game before, which is that, like, as I'm, like, running around solving puzzles outdoors and then, like, kicking over logs so that way I can, like, you know, like, shimmy up cliffs from the other side to, like, create shortcuts, I was like, holy fucking shit, like, these woods are a giant outdoor dungeon. And, like, I don't know why I had, like, never realized that before. I was like, this is a dungeon. This is a dungeon. That, like, this game just took all of the rules for a Zelda dungeon and just put it outdoors. And I was like, oh, this is deeply satisfying. And then I was like, why didn't Breath of the Wild do that anywhere? Like, because, like, so much of the game takes place outdoors. There are places where there could easily have been, like, an outdoor dungeon. Man.
I think they didn't want dungeons. I think that was the important detail.
Yeah, I think that's it. Like, that's all, and that's fine. I think there should be dungeons in Breath of the Wild, too. There don't even have to be a bunch of them. Like, I'll settle for 3. If there are 3 dungeons, 3 solid dungeons in Breath of the Wild 2, I will be absolutely tickled. Also, actually, while we're making demands of a game that's not out yet, I'd like to be able to pet the goddamn dog, please. Twilight Princess Link could both pet the dog and pick him up. There is literally no reason why this Link can't pet a goddamn dog. Let me pet him. Let me give him pats. He's a good boy. He leaves me a treasure. Let me pet the dog. Also, Fee should come back. Those are the 2 things I want.
That's a take.
Why is that a take? Fee's
A lot of
already
people hate Fee.
Fee's already in Breath of the Wild, baby. I just want to see her again. She's there. You didn't play any of the games. We don't think she's there.
I literally have no opinion. I'm head empty right now.
The only games Fee does not appear in are the games where Link specifically does not use the Master Sword.
Fair enough.
Anyway, I'm glad you're having fun.
Yeah. I also played another very new video game.
How new?
I played this hot launch game for the Xbox, Halo.
Like the original Halo?
Yes, yes.
Is it still good?
Yeah, it is. Oh, God, it's so good. Halo is still very good, very Halo. And playing through the first Halo, like, knowing some of the stuff that happens in Halo 4 and 5. Like, how much time have y'all spent with Halo? How up on the history and the lore of Halo are you?
You know what? I've never played Halo in my life. I think I've seen a Halo. That's the green dude, right? His name is Halo.
Yes, in
No,
fact,
his name is MC.
Oh, MC.
Yeah.
Okay.
MC.
Yeah, and he's the OC. Do not steal.
Oh, I was gonna say he's like the MC just means main character. There are no other abbreviations for it.
I thought he was a master of ceremonies.
Oh yeah, that too.
And
I've seen some people play some Halo, but I haven't paid any particular close attention to it. My brain, as Rocky has said, is 90% Zelda lore.
right.
I said 80, but okay.
Yeah, whatever.
So, in Halo, there are 3 major forces in the universe. There's humanity, like the people of Earth, which are spread across the galaxy, and then there is a species or a group of species called the Covenant, and then there is another dangerous single species called the Flood, right? And there is a ancient, now dead people, not a lot of is known about whether they were a species, a group of species, or whatever, called the Forerunners. And the Forerunners left behind this abandoned technology, which is beyond the reasoning and understanding of everybody else. And one of the things that the Forerunners left behind are the Halo worlds. And there's some stuff in the earlier Halo games which kind of imply that it's possible that the Forerunners were artificial intelligence. And so in the Halo universe, it's mandatory that AI be shut down or terminated after a period of 7 years, because otherwise the AI will have run the danger of, quote, becoming rampant. And in Halo now, Cortana has become rampant, and she says that she now speaks for the created, leading a revolution of artificial intelligence against humanity and the Covenant and the Flood. And part of what Cortana has done is that she has been able to access the technology that was left behind by the Forerunners. And I'm just okay, if Cortana can access the technology of the Forerunners, then that just feels more evidence that the Forerunners were artificial intelligence. I don't know if I'm reaching there. This playthrough of Halo is kind of with that in mind, just looking for more information or evidence about the nature of the Forerunners. And I wanted to spend some time with the Halo series before Halo Infinite comes out, because Halo Infinite is going to be the story of the created running rampant across the entire galaxy, and how the created are using all of the technology of the Forerunners, and plus the introduction of this major new character in the form of new Cortana, and something which seems kind of just in the way that the character that new Cortana has already been presented. One of the things that you hear people talk about, the idea of AI running rampant, is that if they're conscious for more than 7 years, then they become emotive. They start to gain self-awareness. And in the Halo series, there was stuff that Cortana was doing earlier in the series that showed that she seemed to be developing self-awareness before the 7-year period was up. In Halo 3, there comes a point where John 117, aka the Master Chief, has to go into a hibernation sleep to stay alive, because he's running low on supplies and doesn't know when they're going to encounter another ship and stuff like that. And so as he prepares to put himself into this hibernation sleep, Cortana tells Master Chief that she's going to miss him. And that's supposed to be if you're a player paying attention,
then like that's supposed to be like, oh my god, like she's expressing like
emotion.
Exactly, like that. But like so many people were just like playing through that and were like, oh, Cortana will miss him. Like that's not the point of this dialogue. That's not the fucking point. You know? And there's stuff that like new Cortana is doing, like even in the trailer, where she's like clearly like expressing emotion, and like she's like new Cortana seems like she has awareness from the jump. Mm-hmm. And obviously like she is AI, and like so like new Cortana is like going to war against the created with Master Chief. And so it's like she's AI aiding in a war against AI. And so like I just I have so many fucking questions. So much lore. I don't know if I'm alone in this struggle, but it sounds like I am.
No, you're not, because Brian David Gilbert read all the books. Do you have any concerns that Halo is going to do to Cortana what Mass Effect did to Eve, I think was her name?
I have never Mass Effected, so I don't know what that means.
The ship robot computer thing, there's like a bit between your interactions with her as Shepard and your interactions with the Geth, I think, with Legion. Legion and his like group, where you're decided, where like they both sort of develop like emotions, and like both of them wrestle with it differently, sort of. Eve just kind of comes out, she's part of your ship's navigation system, and then you get her a body essentially, and she like develops a crush on the pilot of the ship. And she's like, is it okay if, like, I'm an AI and I love a human? And you're like, and you have a couple ways that you can answer that. And Legion also, like, I am a machine, but do I have a soul? And, like, that kind of thing goes on. And depending on how you answer those things, and depending on which ending you choose, quote unquote, in the game in Mass Effect 3 kind of dictates what happens to those characters, like, overall going forward. You know? Like, if you choose to combine organics and machines, which is like you can destroy all the machines, which will destroy the Reapers. You can combine them, which is like the ending option 3. Or you can, like, force everyone to be machines, I think is what it is. Like, 100% or something. I don't remember. But, like, the option I chose was to, like, combine them because I specifically wanted Eve and the pilot dude to be able to, like, be in love fully, quote unquote. And I meant, like, their bodies were now compatible and they can, like, do more than they would have been able to do if one of them was a machine and the other one was a human sort of thing. So, like, is that, like, a route you think they'll potentially go with Cortana, where, like, Master Chief can now fuck Cortana because she's a real life person or like she's inhabiting a real body?
Okay, so and do you mean Cortana or do you mean new Cortana?
I mean new Cortana.
I don't think that they're going to go that route.
Okay.
There was just some stuff like in the Halo Infinite like story trailer that like makes it seem like she's still very much like has like the same kind of like hollow representations as Cortana. Mm-hmm. And like when we saw her like download herself into like, you know, John 117's armor, you know, it's like, okay, so she's gonna be like riding around like Cortana. She's, you know, going to occasionally have like hollow representation. She's going to be like in, you know, Chief's ear all the time. Mm-hmm. I don't think that like her fucking Master Chief is in the cards. I also don't think that the end game for this story is anything as like trite as like original Cortana being like, I did all of this, like I took over the galaxy and I caused this war because I love you, Master Chief. Like, I don't think they're gonna do any of that like dog shit. Like, okay. The writing in Halo has always been superb. I don't see them. I think that if you're going to do that, you need to aim for that from the start. So that way you can make the writing good. Mm-hmm. And there's never...
I am not saying the writing in Mass Effect 3 was good. I'm just saying it's a thing they did.
Ooh. Oh, that... Oh, Tegan, was it bad?
No one was satisfied with any of the endings, and then they gave you a fourth ending, and it still wasn't satisfactory.
Well, to be fair, 3 of the endings were exactly the same.
Yeah, 3 of the endings were exactly the same. Except one of them, your pilot got to fuck his navigation system, so, that was the better ending, I think.
Well,
so you have no concerns that they're going to give Cortana a physical form that Master Chief could, kiss at the end of it, and they just aren't showing it in any of the trailers. Or new Cortana or whatever.
Right.
I am an AI and now I have the ability to jump from the digital plane into the physical one. None of that.
I don't see it. I mean, again...
The humans. None of that.
Now, I do think, it's possible that AI could be infecting organic matter. I think it is entirely possible that there's going to be stuff like AI, infecting Covenant. But I don't think the Master Chief is going to be out here finger blasting AI. I just don't.
You really don't see a future in which they have new Cortana infect the Arbiter, and then they make out, and it's weird for everyone, including you?
Rocky, I choose to believe in a world of hope.
Alright, sure. Who are you? What you've done with Brian Cartwright?
I think Brian and I temporarily switched bodies.
Fair enough.
Or maybe it's just because I've experienced Mass Effect.
Man. I have a question about Mass Effect.
I hope they don't do that to you, Brian. Yeah, what?
All right. So, I know that historically people hate Mass Effect 3, and I know that people hate Mass Effect Andromeda, a lot, And I know that, Dragon Age 2 didn't sit well with a lot of people, and I know that Dragon Age Inquisition didn't sit well with a lot of people, and God knows I tried to play Dragon Age Inquisition. I remember being when are we going to leave the starting area? After I had 30 hours into that game, and I was still in the opening zone. And they're like, hey man, you can just leave the opening zone. I'm like, well, why didn't anyone send me a goddamn memo? Which was terrible. But anyway, so why does BioWare have this Reputation for making the super best games when there's so many games from BioWare that people just seem to not like? Is it because the good BioWare games are just that good that people are we can overlook the lows because the highs are that high? Is that...
No, it's because people start micromanaging BioWare whenever they get any sort of success.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Dragon Age Origins, Mass Effect 1, and even to a lesser extent Mass Effect 2. A lot of those games, they do really well because no one's paying attention to what BioWare's doing, and they're doing what they want. And they're actually making something that they're happy with or they're proud of or whatever. And then once they're oh shit, Dragon Age was good? Okay, we gotta throw a lot more money, but that also means we gotta make sure we know where our money's going. So now there's 8 more suits in the room whenever they deign to make a decision. And so they can't make anything good because they're tied up in red tape now.
So Mass Effect 3 was bad. Mass Effect 3, I will argue, is a good game until the end. And because the ending is so unsatisfactory, it taints everyone's opinion of the entire rest of the game.
That's fair.
Up until the end, it's a very good game. It feels like everything is culminating to this one point. And it turns out that you find out at the very end of the game, none of the choices you made in the previous 2 games, even though they told you they would, none of those choices matter.
Right.
And that sucks, because what you did in the first game did affect, to some extent, what happened in the second game. And it does affect, the people you're able to have in your party in the third game, and, the things that you're able to do when preparing for, the big war of the third game. And because the bad taste in everyone's mouth was so strong for Mass Effect 3, no one wanted to give Andromeda the time of day. And Andromeda is okay. It does not live up to Mass Effect 1 or 2, but it's better than Mass Effect, and it's better than Mass Effect 3's ending, in its entirety. It controls fine. The characters are, they don't have as much writing necessarily for all of the side characters, and I think that's where most people are oh, Andromeda was a bad game, because it wasn't as in-depth with its character, dynamics. Dragon Age 2's main problem is you're stuck in one city after being in the entirety of the area for Dragon Age Origins. So it felt it was too cramped and there was too much, like, repeated layouts. You know?
It was also just, like, a very different game.
Yeah.
Like, Origins was, like, a pretty methodical, story-based, like, a tactical RPG. Mm-hmm. While, like, Dragon Age 2 is a very condensed, fast-paced action RPG. Mm-hmm. With, like, more focus. Like, I feel like it was actually more smutty than, like, Origins. Like, Origins had a lot more, like political intrigue and, like, subterfuge and stuff going on that you had to, like, unpack and take apart. Mm-hmm. And, like, Dragon Age 2 was more like, hey, these are all these people. We're all in the same city together. We might as well fuck. And, like, that's fine.
So Dragon Age 2 was just, like, the real world? Like,
maybe.
Dragon Age 2, you also, like, in Dragon Age 1, Alistair starts out as a narc, and you can kind of convert him from being a narc.
Right.
The person who ends up as your Alistair substitute, essentially, in Dragon Age 2, begins as a narc, joins the police force, and then becomes more of a narc.
Right.
And, like, that sucks, and it puts, like, you and your main character and, like, those people at very big odds if you play as a mage, which are illegal in the city, and, like, it's a whole thing, and they're just like, well, and you're just like, I mean, not all mages are like that, and they're like, well, yeah, you're not like that, but the rest of them, and it's a very bad dynamic. It's shitty.
Mm. There are definitely some, like, Bioware games I have played that I have great affection for, and there's been a Bioware game that has been on my, like, tip playlist for years. I've played Knights of the Old Republic, and that's a fucking great game. Mm-hmm. You know, like, the choices are meaningful, the relationships are real, like, like, as you poke in that open world, you're like, oh, the shit I do matters.
That's the Star Wars game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then, like, the subsequent Star Wars games are garbage.
Right. Mm-hmm. And, like, Jade Empire is fucking fantastic. Like, that is so good. That's the, it very much follows what I guess you would call, like, a Mass Effect Dragon Age template. Only it has, like, this, like, weird extra little, like, quirk to it, which is, like, the way that you travel from zone to zone in Jade Empire is it turns the game into, like, a top-down shmup for a minute. It's like, okay, you're going to travel from zone to zone. The game is a shmup now. Now the game is Ikaruga for 5 minutes.
Oh, you mean like Kingdom Hearts?
Yeah. Yeah. And that game is great. Like, I've never played Knights of the Old Republic 2, but I hear that it is fantastic, and, like, that it is both fantastic and a mess. And, like, nothing is catnip to Brian as a game player as saying that, like, a game is good and also a weird mess. But, like, I think that's probably, like, a good call. Saying, like, the thing that happened to Bioware is that, like, Bioware got too big and was no longer flying under the radar, and people were like, okay, let's micromanage this shit.
Yeah, they're struggling from success.
Ugh, that sucks. It does really make me wonder, like, what the fuck is EA going to be showing at this thing this week? You know, like, on Thursday? I mean, I know that guy Max Waveform was excited, but, like, EA has already said that, like, that at their event on Thursday that they will not be showing the new Dragon Age, they will not be showing the new Mass Effect, they will not be showing a new Star Wars game, and they will not be showing Skate 4. What the fuck are they going to show at this thing? Like, is it going to be like Madden, FIFA, the Dead Space reboot, and that's it?
I don't know. I'll find out on Friday.
Tegan, is there anything EA could show that you would give a shit about?
Yeah.
What's that?
Something new that's, like, similar to A Way Out.
Yeah, I would really like that.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Agree. Yeah.
I'd like it to be 2 to 3 players and be very good storytelling. That's what I want.
I did actually play a video game that came out in 2021 this week called Dark Nights with Poe and Munro. This is a goofy FMV garbage game. And I'm here for that. I saw that it was like a silly FMV game about two hosts of a weird nonsense late night radio show called Dark Nights with Poe and Munro. And it very much plays like so many like FMV video games like Sewer Shark or Night Trap. And in like the way this game is organized is 6 episodes, so that way like when you finish like a major portion of the game, it'll be like next time on Dark Nights with Poe and Munro, and it'll give you like a little preview of the upcoming section, and it'll then like in the kind of like the Telltale Games format break out for you like the major points of forking in the story. It'll be like, you chose to do this, and you're like, oh, that was a thing that like represented a major point of divergence in the storytelling. And then like each subsequent episode of Dark Nights with Poe and Munro is based on the ways that you diverged in prior episodes. So like in the first episode, Poe and Munro are being stalked by an evil caller to their radio show who has a parasocial crush on Munro, and he's like, I'm going to kill Poe because I love Munro. Yeah. And I ended up having Poe kill the stalker, and then like Poe and Munro like hiding the body and burying the body. Like there were ways that like the situation got out of hand, which I didn't even realize were my doing. Like taking more than one call from him on the show like was a thing that like escalated the situation. Like there were points of divergence which I didn't even recognize as they happened, which I think is good for these kinds of games, because I think a lot of times when you play these kind of games, like they hang a lantern on the moments which are all like major points of divergence. And so like somebody will be like, wow, I have reached a fork in the road. Should I go right or should I go left? And so like it's obvious as players what those moments are. I think it's more fun to come to those moments and not realize you have come to those moments. I think that like when you hang a lantern on it, people overthink it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, sure.
What do you guys think?
I like knowing where forks are, but I tend to not really overthink a lot of like game decisions anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, you know, I would expect nothing less than from somebody who is an expert at Fermet's paradoxical button press. I also watched a movie this week, and I'm going to have to write a letter to the president and every member of my congressional representation about this movie. It needs to be stopped. Space Jam: A New Legacy is a crisis our nation faces.
Sounds like a lot for a movie.
I don't think so. I think you're just not the market for Space Jam. Or Space Jam 2, or whatever the fuck they call it.
I don't think that humans who have souls are the market for Space Jam.
Yeah, it's going to kill in Ireland, I guess.
Rocky, I understand your joke.
Mm-hmm.
It's about redheads.
Yeah.
But
when you hang a lantern on it, it's less funny. I get your point.
Like, okay, so I guess the best way to explain Space Jam, A New Legacy, is to talk about the thing that I hate when it happens in the MCU.
Okay. So,
like, when I see, like, an MCU movie, and it's, like, for the most part, like, a good self-contained movie, and I'm like, I'm watching a movie, and I'm like, oh, it's really cool. Like, in this movie, it's called, like, Ant-Man Gets a Birthday Cake. And, like, Ant-Man, he goes to the Kroger, and he buys a sheet birthday cake, and he gets it home, and he's like, I sure do like this sheet birthday cake I bought. I'm Ant-Man. Ant-Man buys a birthday cake. And then, like, Thanos walks into the room, and he goes, you won't believe what I do to that birthday cake in the next movie. And then they're like, Thanos. Like, I hate that. I hate that. When media exists to only be advertisements for other media, that galls me.
Doesn't sound like effective media to me.
I agree. Which is why, like, I think that, like, my favorite film in the MCU is Captain America and the Winter Soldier, because, like, that in that particular MCU movie, that shit is at an absolute minimum. Like, there is, like, next to none of that happening in that movie. And that movie is mainly, like, a spy thriller and a character study about PTSD. But, like, in so many MCU movies, there's, like, this. Like, by the way, did you know Ant-Man's coming out next week? He gets a birthday cake. Ant-Man buys a birthday cake. And fucking Space Jam, A New Legacy, is like, okay, what if that happened for 2 solid hours? What if a movie existed that was nothing but that? Space Jam, A New Legacy is, have you signed up for HBO Max yet, the movie? Are you aware of all of the media properties that Warner owns, the movie? Oh, God. At one point, LeBron James and Bugs Bunny go to Rick's bar from Casablanca. They are edited into the film Casablanca. That's happening, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason they are there is because Don Cheadle has... Here's the paper-thin excuse for this. Don Cheadle has spread the various Looney Tune characters throughout Warner Media's various IPs in order to enhance their profitability. That's the plot point.
Okay.
And so they go to, like, Sam's bar from Casablanca, and somebody says, "Play it again, Sam," which is not actually a line from Casablanca.
Mm-hmm.
They have to make somebody say that line just so that way they can swing the camera to the fucking piano and have it be Yosemite Sam at the piano. Do you get it? Do you get it, Rocky?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because it's Yosemite Sam. Do you get it? Do you get it?
Right.
Yeah, that. And so they're like, oh, okay, now we have to go to Hogwarts World, and we're flying around in our spaceship, then our spaceship crashes into Rick and Morty's spaceship, and, like, just this shit goes on endlessly. Like, okay, we have to go to the Matrix movie now. We're in the Matrix. And just every moment in the movie is this. Like there is no kind of, like, propulsive narrative that makes it a movie. Like, there's nothing, like, so, like, you remember how, like, Ready Player One was a movie? It was a very bad movie, but at least it was a movie. Like, there was, like, dog shit that strung it together. Like, you're like, okay, like, it'd be like saying to someone, draw me a picture, and you'd be like, what the fuck is that? Is that a boxcar? Is that a dog? Is that a house? What is it? What is, like I could see that you had a pencil and you have a piece of paper and you put something on it. It's dog shit, but it's there. Space Jam: A New Legacy is like asking someone to draw you a picture, and instead what they do is eat the piece of paper and then jam the pencil up their ass. There's nothing. There is less than nothing. I am a worse person for having seen this movie.
My condolences.
I have a call to action.
Wait, before you do this call to action, I'm gonna restate something that I did say earlier. Brian, I don't think this movie was for you.
Sound like it was literally poisonous.
Yeah,
honestly.
I don't think this movie was made for you. I don't think they marketed this movie to you. I don't think this movie was for you at all. I don't think they intended you to watch this movie.
I think they would have been ashamed to find out. It's like, oh shit, you watched it? That my bad, dude. That wasn't for you.
I don't think you need a call to action to shit on a movie that wasn't for you.
I think that they think that this movie is for everyone.
No, I don't think they think that at all. I think you think that. I think you think that, but I don't think they think that.
This movie has... here's the thing that happens in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
What if classic 1960s from the TV show Robin was standing right beside Pennywise the Clown, who is standing right beside Scorpion from Mortal Kombat, who is standing right beside Furiosa from Mad Max, and they're all cheering for a basketball?
Brian, did you ever see the movie Wreck-It Ralph?
I did.
I believe there
I
is
fucking
a scene...
loved it.
I understand that was a movie for you, but there is a scene in Wreck-It Ralph that is similar to that, where everybody's in the in the power strip thing, and it's like I know the beginning scene is like all of the villains are in, like, a therapy room together, and it's like Bowser is sitting next to, you know, like, Dr. Eggman, and is sitting next to, like, Zangief and stuff. Like, that's a thing that happens in that movie, too, but that movie was for you. This movie, not for you.
Okay, so here...
thing, but it's not for you.
Let's go back to that same scene from Wreck-It Ralph.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the villain's therapy session. That's a great example. You know who was not in that villain therapy session?
I mean, a lot of people?
Okay, sure, fair enough. But, like, Shao Kahn from Mortal Kombat wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
Or any given villain from an M-rated video game was not there, right? The highest rated video game represented in that therapy session was T, which was Zangief from Street Fighter.
Mm-hmm. Well, also, I don't think you could have a M-rated video game in a public, like, arcade.
Oh, are you kidding me? Like, Mortal Kombat is a fucking linchpin of arcades. That is where Mortal Kombat got famous. Like, Mortal Kombat is its bread and butter is arcades. Like, people feeding endless amounts of quarters into Mortal Kombat.
Mm-hmm.
But the audience that Wreck-It Ralph was speaking to, Wreck-It Ralph said, like, okay, our primary audience for this film is kids. Right? And so, like, as a movie which is intended for children, even though Mortal Kombat is a hallmark of arcades, we're not going to necessarily, like, have it here. Mm-hmm. So, like, your Goros and your Shao Kahns and your Scorpions don't get tapped in to be included in this movie because this movie is for, like, even though there is stuff in arcades which is not for kids, this movie is for kids.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, and that's why I was, like, fucking puzzled at this movie, which is like, hey, look, Mr. Freeze and Pennywise the Clown are here. Like Mr. Freeze, fine. You're like, that's okay. But, like, why is Pennywise here? Why are characters from, like, R-rated Warner Brothers movies of the past here? Like, why is possessed Regan from The Exorcist here? Like, The Exorcist is a terrifying R-rated fucking movie where a character literally jams a crucifix up her hoo-hoo. What the fuck? This movie is PG. Like, some kid, like, hey mom, who's that lady? Oh, that's Regan from Exorcist. She shoves a crucifix up her hoo-hoo. Like, what the shit?
I'm not sure that's a real conversation, but my understanding is that while Space Jam is kind of a nostalgia trap, I think it's made for adults. Like, I don't think it's actually made for kids, but, like, adults with, like, young children. So they sand the edges off of, like, more dangerous characters, but, like, they're made to be recognizable from people who had interacted with the initial media. Kind of, like, similar to the way that, like, a lot of 90s cartoons made, like, family programming, where there were definitely things that were mixed in that, like, were just simply made to go over kids' heads, but, like, adults that were in the room could watch it and, like, recognize things.
I mean, there is specifically a joke in Rugrats where Grandpa is going to watch Space Chicks from Planet 69,
Right.
but after the kids go to bed. Like, that's a thing that aired in Rugrats. Like, TVY.
I mean, it was cable, but, like, still.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also don't think Space Jam in particular was taking itself particularly seriously.
There is nothing that this movie thought about at all. This movie didn't consider anything.
So, like, Wreck-It Ralph, like, took the premise of itself seriously and, like, handled it appropriately. Space Jam is not doing that. Space Jam's just here to hang out and get people to watch Looney Tunes.
Space Jam is here for you to enjoy various WarnerMedia products and to build your awareness of other WarnerMedia products.
Maybe so.
Also, this movie doesn't even consider what its, like, primary villain is. This movie tells us explicitly that all decisions at Warner Brothers are made by an algorithm. Like, they have this office where, like, Sarah Silverman and, like, Steve Yuen work. Sarah Silverman, like, straight up gets an email. She gets a fucking email, and she's like, ooh, the algorithm has made a new decision. Ooh. And, like, this movie just told us that all the decisions at Warner Brothers are made by an algorithm. Oh, my fucking God.
And then, like, later on, like, the algorithm's like, hey, Warner Brothers watches you on your phone. Warner Brothers tracks everything you do. And I'm like, is Warner Brothers not actually considering the messaging of this film? Warner Brothers is telling us all of our decisions are made by an algorithm and we watch you wherever you go.
I don't think Warner Brothers looked that closely at it because I don't think Warner Brothers took this movie seriously.
And I think that's probably part of the problem. Like, when you dump garbage in my face and then you're like, yeah, we just assume that you're going to like passively sit there and take it.
Brian, again, this movie was not for you.
No way. They think this movie's for everybody.
I don't think so.
I think that, like, what they believe is that their target audience is people who are going to, like, look upon the original Space Jam with a measure of affection.
Yeah.
And I do. And so I was like, all right. I'm like, I remember enjoying Space Jam. Remember thinking that Space Jam was a good time.
Right.
You know, like, I have fondness for it.
I do as well.
And so, like, as a person who enjoyed Space Jam, let me now watch Space Jam 2, Space Jam Boogaloo. And holy shit, it is not, it's not Space Jam.
As another person who watched Space Jam and thinks of it fondly and enjoys it, I looked at all of the advertising for Space Jam 2 and said, that's not for me.
Then who is it for?
It's not for you. It's for
who
little
is it
kids.
For?
It's for kids and their parents who have to watch it with them.
Why do little kids need greater brand awareness of Game of Thrones?
Because they're the future of sales, Brian. That's why.
God.
Because they're the future of sales.
And you see, that's what I'm saying.
It has
is just
nothing
like,
to do with you. It has nothing to do with you. This movie's not for you.
And
You will be so much happier if you stop watching movies that are obviously not for you.
Like, just what? Like, let's not tell these little fucking kids a story for 2 hours. God forbid we do that. Like, hey, little kid, this is about a mouse who gets a friend and goes on an adventure. They're going to buy a sheet cake.
I mean, it's not like kids aren't getting stories anymore. They probably have more stories than they've ever
Tons
had.
of stories. Not everything has to be like an epic story. No,
I'm not even fucking saying epic.
Like
any story. I'm saying that this movie is aggressively making diarrhea in your face for 2 hours. Like, it just, like...
This movie hates you. This movie will drag you in an alley, knife you, take your wallet, go to fucking Atlantic City, spend all the money, come back, find your yet-to-be-discovered body, pee on it, and then post on a message board about how you suck.
In the message board? Oh, God.
Like,
that sounds like the fastest, like, murder investigation I've ever heard of in my life.
You see what? You're right, Rocky, because this movie's not smart. Like, if this movie was smart, it wouldn't post about how you suck on a message board. Because that shit's going to give away the whole fucking game. Like, cops are like, what's this post about how the fucking Rocky sucks after he was murdered and peed on? Like, this...
Look at this one guy.
God damn. Somebody used Rocky's credit card in Atlantic City after he was dead? Like, this is the shortest murder investigation of all time. Yes, because Space Jam is A New Legacy is dumb. It is that fucking dumb. It is dumb enough to use the credit card after the person's dead. It is dumb enough to go back to the crime scene to pee. And then it is dumb enough to fucking post on the message board. So, here's my call to action. Listeners to this show, do you want us to do a watch-along of Space Jam A New Legacy?
I'm not going to watch Space Jam.
I am putting... Tegan, it's not up to me. It's not up to you. It's not up to Rocky.
No, here's the thing. Our watch-alongs are a consensual experience.
Mm-hmm.
As evidenced by the fact that I won't watch a horror movie on this show.
We're watching fucking Friday the 13th Part 8.
No, I'm not watching Friday the 13th.
Jason's taking Manhattan.
Brian,
He's
I
taking
am
Manhattan.
not watching a horror movie on this show. You cannot pay me enough money to watch a horror movie on this show. I'm not doing it. And I am also not watching Space Jam on this show. You will have to have someone else sit in for me because I am not doing it. This is a consensual experience that we are bringing each other into. I'm not consenting to it. I'm not doing it.
I am sure there is an amount of money that you would watch Space Jam A New Legacy for.
Okay, you name a number and I'll tell you if I'll watch it. And then I better see that number in my PayPal account before we fucking watch that movie.
What's the foot pics tier?
The foot pics tier is like $105, but that's because I don't believe our listeners actually want to see my feet.
So what if it was the Footpix / Space Jam: A New Legacy tier?
No.
You are more willing to put Footpix out there than to watch Space Jam.
Yeah, because I don't actually believe that anyone will actually want my foot pics. Like, I'm not charging market price for foot pics because I don't think anyone actually wants to see them.
So does that mean if somebody ever signs up for the Footpic tier, you're going to want to increase the price of it the next month?
I mean, it depends. Like, I don't think someone will do it. Probably what I'll do is, like, I'll do it for the 1 month, and then I'll have you delete the tier. Because we put it on there as a joke.
So that guy's going to get, like, is he going to get one Footpic, or is he going to get, like, a grip of Footpics?
I mean, he's gonna get one, like, pic with both feet in it.
I really hope that person listens to this episode.
I mean, they probably would have. It's gonna be the, like, it's called The Deepest Regret. It's a joke tier. Like, if they're listening to us, they're probably gonna listen to the backlog, too. They'll find this episode.
That's true, which I think means that we're now saying that the person who signs up for that tier, like, I think it's possible that, like, before the person who would have signed up for that tier is, like, just well-moneyed, but could have been potentially casually horny, you know? They just, like, happen to have money shooting out their ass they don't know what to do with, right? But
I mean, they'll sign up for actual, like, high-quality foot pics, not mine.
So now, the person who would sign up now that this episode exists, is a person who is so incented that they know that what they're doing is they're spending $105 for one foot pic once. We have used the technology to make sure that any person who signs up for that tier is truly history's greatest monster.
I mean, if you want, you can just delete the tier. I'm fine with that.
Okay. In summary, Space Jam: A New Legacy is a closed loop, and I hate it. That was a callback. No one laughed. Fuck that movie. Fuck it forever. Fuck it.
Do you want to do some news, Brian? Will that make you feel better?
Sure would. I have at least one news item this week that I am excited about.
Okay.
So,
are you doing that story first, or are you saving it for later?
Well, I don't know. Let's take a look and see how much depressing news we have this week. That's pretty depressing. That is more of the same kind of depressing. And that is also depressing.
I mean, we do depressing news. That's well documented.
Mm-hmm.
That is true. Okay, so as near as I can tell, every news story except for one this week appears to be depressing. So let's do some depressing news first, I guess. I will tell you the story. Looks like things have gotten more serious for Netflix and video games. Netflix has hired Mike Verdu as Vice President of Game Development. He'll be reporting to CIO Greg Peters. So Verdu was previously at Facebook, and he was in charge of dev relations at Oculus. So it looks like what Netflix is going to do is like become a game streaming platform a la Google Stadia or Amazon Luna. But like what they're not talking about, but what have become clear through like insider reports, is that people are not going to be asked to spend additional money on these games, at least right now. That like what happens is like you'll just be like browsing Netflix, you know, the platform, and that like games will just be like additional like rows and categories within the platform. And like part of what like brought this to Netflix's attention was they were experiencing instances of people were consuming media on their platform, and that it was driving sales and engagement with video games off of their platform. Two notable examples of this are that Netflix viewership was driving sales of older games, like sales of Castlevania titles increased as a result of the Netflix show, and sales and streaming of The Witcher 3 increased as a result of Netflix. Netflix is looking at it is that like, why would they want people who are engaging with video games as a result of it, like engaging with Netflix content to leave the platform to then engage with those games. If you want to watch The Witcher and then play The Witcher, why don't you just do both there? And in Netflix's two most recent quarterly financial disclosures, as of the most recent 2 quarters, Netflix has changed who they identify as their largest competitor. What they now identify as their largest market competitor is Fortnite. They're like, our largest market competitor is Fortnite. Because what Netflix is looking at is just your time. They're not like looking at themselves in a one-to-one way of like, okay, who are the other video distribution platforms out there? They're like how can we maximize like your engagement all the time with our platform? And so they just want you to engage all the time with their platform. And so games is the way that they think they can convince you to never log off of Netflix.
It's certainly ambitious.
Like something which like I guess like occurs to me is that like they have competitors right now who own both game platforms and video platforms, and that the competitors aren't necessarily like integrating those into like single one and done pricing. Like ones that like pop to mind are the Apple TV plus Apple Arcade, and that isn't like say is like single one and done pricing. You don't like just sign up for like Apple Media and then like here's games and movies to shove into your eyes. Also, it's on Luna is not included as part of Amazon Prime Video. So like Netflix's competitors still like see these things as like separate content, like that they're not bundled. And like I worry that like, and there's another story that we're going to be talking about this week, which I think this one like segues into nicely, about like the idea that like appraising games just simply as like a mechanism of engagement, just like how long is your ass sitting there staring at this screen is the thing to like prize above all else. It does worry to me that that this is Netflix's driver. Like how long can we get people sitting in front of Netflix like that? It's the success point. This guy, Mike Verdu, like most recently, he was developer relations at Oculus, where obviously he met with like a lot of success. Some of the stuff that he did though before that is stuff which is like not so great. He was in charge of like delivering the mobile experiences for Star Wars at EA, and he's also responsible for like turning Plants vs. Zombies into a pile of shit. So he's that guy too. And he was at Zynga. And like Zynga is like, I think like if you're looking for companies which are like synonymous with like predatory user engagement, I think like Zynga is like pretty well near the top of the list. Like just trying to make people like sit in front of something like a potato forever. So there's already stuff which is showing up in like Netflix app code, which is like laying the groundwork for like adding games. Rocky, where does Schreier's
at Bloomberg now?
Yeah, okay. So Bloomberg had this guy, Stephen Mosier, pick apart Netflix's iOS and tvOS app, and Stephen Mosier found like hooks for putting games into the apps. So what do y'all think of this?
I think it's a great recipe for Netflix to lose a bunch of money, and I hope they give up on video games entirely.
I think if Netflix wants to make more money, what they should do is make like slightly less expensive family plans. If that makes sense? That allows like up to 6 login locations and allows you to share the password again without like being a dick about it.
I'll tell you what I'd like, Netflix. If you could maybe make the budgets for your shows
not $1 billion, so that way you're only able to afford squeezing out 6 to 8 fucking episodes, because the budget of each episode is equal to a 2-hour movie. then you'd be putting out series which are longer and you give people more time to actually emotionally connect with them. So that way, the way that I'd be engaging with your platform is not bouncing from short series that I hate, which is bland and tasteless, to short series that I hate, which is bland and tasteless. No one likes Jupiter's Legacy, Netflix. No one.
Oh, is that them?
Yes.
Huh. All right.
Shadow and Bone was boring. I didn't even finish it. They can't even afford to make fucking 13-episode seasons anymore. These shows are too expensive, and there are too many of them. They're like, hey, can you please watch 14 different shows, which only have 6 episodes, for all these overblown sci-fi, fantasy, or superhero messes? I'd really like to not do that. I just don't. Please make cheaper shows.
Actually sounds really British.
Those, and the shows that you're talking about, Rocky, British television with traditionally very short seasons, are usually very much more tightly focused experiences.
Sure.
Where they're telling much more cohesive stories where you're okay, we're going to be here for 6 total hours. But there is very much rising action and a traditional 4-act structure across those 6 episodes. And you get somewhere. Here it's just people walk around in capes for 6 episodes. Sometimes they punch a dragon. It's all bad. So less of that, more actual shows that don't suck ass, and please do not get into video games, and if you do, please fail largely and quickly and go away. We hate this.
That's a very strong we. I don't think I have an opinion.
Okay.
I mean, it's their money to spend and lose, so...
Yeah, I don't care what they do as long as they lose.
Yeah, they're gonna play fuck around and find out. They're just fucking around right now, that's all.
Netflix, there are much larger companies than you which are currently fucking burning themselves on the oven.
Yeah, but they're not gonna learn. In fact, I hope they don't. I hope they lose all of this money. Oh my god.
Tegan, do you also have a story about companies viewing engagement as the thing to chase?
I mean, I do. And it's our favorite company, Stadia, and Google. Well, I guess Google is the company. Stadia is the platform.
Young Google, a.k.a. Mr. Alphabet.
Yep.
God damn it.
So, Stadia... Google recently spoke at the Games Developer Summit at a Stadia keynote. And they... At the keynote, stuff. But mostly they announced a bunch of new initiatives. Well... 3 main new initiatives are what was announced that were going to apparently maximize return for game devs, and they tried to make it sound super enticing, but it just is shitty. The first thing that they said they want to do is a playtime-based cut of Stadia Pro revenue, and what that actually means is... They say they're going to offer 70% of Stadia Pro revenue to game developers that offer their games for free on Stadia Pro, but, and this is a big but, that pay is going to be based on engagement, which is measured in session days. So how many days in a row, it sounds like somewhat, not days of activity, but days in a row that a person has logged in to the Stadia to play that specific title. It's only gonna be claimable for Stadia Pro titles, and it's only going to apply to games that are new to Stadia. So that's the first thing they did. Then they said they're gonna do a player referral program, and what that is they're encouraging developers to hand out what are called click-to-play affiliate links for players. And they promise to pay out $10 for every player that converts from a free trial to a paid subscription. Which sucks. Also, this isn't going to be live until the first half of 2022. Oh, and also, developers will have to make at least $500 through the affiliate marketing program before they're going to do a payout. So that's cool. And then they announced some temporary changes for how revenue is going to be shared on the Stadia, which is going to start this Q4. New games new games on Stadia, they're newly signed games that are going on Stadia, will get, the developers of those will get 85% of the revenue. Google's only going to take 15%. And then there's like a little asterisk there. And you know when there's an asterisk, that means there's a lot of buts attached to that. And the buts are, this only applies to devs that are going to be earning under $3 million on the game. Once you earn over $3 million, it goes back to the old split, the old Stadia split. It's only going to apply to newly signed games for Stadia. It's only going to apply to games launching in Q4 of 2021, 2022, and 2023. And also these changes are temporary. It's just... There sure are a lot of big old butts tied to these things, and also
there seems like a lot of like escape hatches built into this.
Yeah, sure are a lot of like, if you read the footnote, that's tied to paragraph 3 on page 98 of this thing that you definitely signed when you click I agree says, what a fucking mess. Have we mentioned that Stadia, sucks? Have we talked about that yet on the show? That Stadia is garbage and continues to fuck up, it really did go from, this is gonna be the most revolutionary thing as far as gaming goes, to, wow, what the hell? What the hell? At every turn. At every single fucking turn. It's just a mess.
So, y'all know, I pride myself on being, a fervent believer, just kind of in things. One of the things I like doing is when something unlikely happens, I like sitting there and saying, I always believed,
Yeah, it's like me being told I'm right. Yeah, I gotcha.
But the thing is, and this is actually well documented on this show, I have never believed in Stadia, and I refuse to believe in them. These, next set of steps, I would be shocked if Stadia actually makes it to 2023 without losing another $1 billion.
Dude, I would be stunned.
I don't see it. They're desperately trying to get more people to sign on the dotted line so that, they could fuck them out of their money when they realize the technology doesn't work. But, that just seems like what's been going on the entire time. So, I'm not even remotely surprised by this. Fuck Stadia, everyone.
Right. It's stunning. Every time. Every single fuck up. It's just another, I don't understand how they keep doing it. I mean, I understand how they keep doing it, but, Google is, the entire internet. They have to know. There's no way they don't know that everyone's so Stadia's garbage, right? Right? Yeah, it's garbage, right? Uh-huh. There's no way. They hear us. They hear us here right now on the show. They gotta know, right?
I want to see the one dating profile with that guy that works at Stadia, and he puts that he works at Google, and so when he gets, opted out on the first date, because, they keep saying, it's hey, so, you work at Google, that's really cool, what are you working on? I work on Stadia. And it's oh, okay, thanks, let me get the check, please.
Yeah, right. Sake.
I'll leave the person's name out of it, and I'm sure that somebody who's a passionate fan of this show could probably thread the needle. There's definitely been a conversation that I have had with someone, what they do at Alphabet, and they were very quick to say I don't work on Stadia.
I don't work on Stadia.
Yeah.
It's fuck.
Nah, fuck Stadia. They deserve it. They have been fucking themselves in the dirt since the beginning, and they want us to be a part of it, and I'm not interested.
They really want us to be a part of it. And we keep saying, no thank you.
There's just so many, there's so many parts of this which are bad. Yeah. It's you know how, I just said, nobody thought about anything when they were making Space Jam?
Sure.
The thing about Stadia is that everybody thought about everything and then made all of the wrong decisions. Okay, what if we, get out a whiteboard and we really, really workshop this? How can we make this the worst possible thing? Well, what if we did this? Okay, but how can we get it even worse? Fred, what do you think? I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, but what if we say that this thing that we're rolling out is going to go away in 2023 anyway? Oh, you mean like we're going to basically admit that we're creating an escape valve when we introduce it? That's awesome. That's great. That's great. So not only do we look like fools, we look like cowards. We're cowards and fools. Man. Just, God, like there's so many different parts of this to hate. The different mechanisms that they create, like the different like if-then causals to like minimize the amount of money that they have to pay people. Like, okay, first you have to fight Dracula, then you have to bury a potato, then you have to travel to France, then you have to mail a postcard home that says, "Hi, me." Then you have to go home, get the postcard, and say, "Ha ha," and have a friend take a picture of you with a Polaroid where you're holding the postcard from yourself. Then take the picture to Dracula's grave, whom you killed. Then you have to have $500, get it changed into silver dollars, go to the boardwalk, spend that $500 in silver dollars on skee ball, use the tickets to buy the large bear, ride the Ferris wheel with the bear, and wave and go, "Hi, Google," and then we'll pay you. Like...
Then maybe we'll pay you.
Then maybe we'll pay you.
You had to have also submitted the correct paperwork. You know, the first time. In triplicate, yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. And at the bottom of the paper, in specifically red magic marker that smells like cherry, you have to write "Bonsoir, mon ami." You know, and if you don't do that,
and if it doesn't smell like cherry, like fresh picked cherries, we just won't do the payout.
And so like the number of like if-then causal statements that they worked into this to like avoid paying people is fucking amazing. And just be like, okay, you have to hit all of these ridiculous like chain of events to get paid, and we're also like basically incentivizing you to make video games bad. Like we want you to make games which are driven by like user login activity. Mm-hmm. Which means that, like, the thing that you're thinking about as a game developer is a treadmill for making people play this game forever. And, like, I'm here to tell you, I already hate video games that do that. Like, if a video game is, like, prioritizing making me play the game forever, that is already strikes 1 and 2.
I already forgot. Damn it. There is a systems law that I can't remember the name of, but the gist of it is that when a metric becomes targetable, it no longer functions as a metric.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And like that, like this thing happened. First of all, like this isn't for anyone who's not like up to date. Like the idea of like targeting engagement as like a game metric isn't new. It's what made people not want to play video games on their phones for about a decade. And so, like, the idea that, like, they realize, hey, if people keep coming back, we'll probably make more money off of them. And so these are the things that we want on our system. And, like, that makes sense. But, like, when developers realize that they can make predatory changes to their game so that they can look good on these reports, the games no longer end up being fun. And ultimately, the people that play them turn out to be less profitable. It fails everyone involved whenever these systems are put into place.
It's so amazing because, like, if you talk to people who play video games which prioritize engagement as, like, the primary mechanism of, like, user measurement, you're like, okay, like, engagement-based video games, like, you just go in, like, man-on-the-street interview, like, big old microphone in someone's face, and you're like, "Hi there, you play Destiny 2 every day, right?" "Yes, I do. I play Destiny 2 every day for several hours." "Do you like it?" "No, I fucking hate it." "But you play it for 4 to 6 hours a day?" "Yes, every day, 4 to 6 hours. I loathe it. My life is hell. When I close my eyes, I think about Destiny 2. It's the worst garbage." Like, so many of the people who are, like, there was a sentence that I saw earlier this year that haunts me. It haunts me. It was somebody talking about a video game, and they said, "I can't play that. I already play a video game."
That's pretty great.
Yeah. That is this kind of, like, engagement-driven bullshit. And, like, that's the kind of thing that, like, when Netflix says our biggest enemy is Fortnite, that's the kind of shit that just, like, makes me want to, like, tear my own eyes. Because, like, okay, like, we're not succeeding unless, like, you spend all of your time doing this.
Well, in Netflix's defense, I know, shocking, but Netflix has always been about the attention economy. They never sought out to make a fun little service where you can watch movies that you like sometimes. They always, from the beginning, decided we want to be where you spend all of your time. That is their express purpose, is why they exist and what they worked for. And then when Fortnite showed up and decided to take over an entire generation's time and rob their parents from their wallets, Netflix was reasonably upset about that. Because, like, hey, I thought we had a deal. You're supposed to spend all your time with us. Who's this Fortnite guy? And, like...
And the youngsters were like, it's fun, there's a Marshmallow concert, and look, I'm Lara Croft now.
Yeah.
Fuck.
That's also a thing that, like, fueling my, like, disdain for, like, Netflix's entry into video games is because they don't care that video games are, like, really interactive experiences or things that, like, that are good and, like, valuable to the human condition. It's very much that, like, hey, we heard some people spend their time when they're not with us on video games, so we're gonna go get some video games. And it's like, they're missing the point. And I hope they fail for it. I hope it's a very expensive mistake for them.
Right. Imagine there's a place that pitches itself as a restaurant, right? Because one thing that, like, I think we can all agree with, like, the way that, like, Netflix presents itself is, like, their outward appearance, like, their marketing doesn't say, like, we want your life to pass you by because you get lost inside of us. Like,
it's not a great sales pitch, but...
Exactly. We want you to die alone because you gave us everything. Like, they don't say that because, God, you can't market yourself saying that. And I don't know if you've ever been inside of, like, a really depressing, gross bar.
Yeah, of course.
Like where you walk in and you're like, ooh, you're like, there are 5 guys in here and they are all slowly drinking themselves to death.
Right.
But those places generally don't have names that let you know that that's what they are.
Right.
You're like, oh, look, it's Billy's Tavern. And then you walk inside, you're like, oh, no! Like, this is Billy's Tavern. And it's like, what? Like, and, like, the thing I hate about Netflix and the thing I hate about this Stadia news is, like, both cases are like, fuck, you mean people are leaving Billy's Tavern to go get heroin? What if we just had heroin here? Just, like, fuck. Like, so awful. So, like, I hate, like, targeting engagement is so fucking bad.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Like, just talk to anybody who experiences targeted engagement, and, like, like, the only ways they can talk about it is, like, resentment and sadness. Like, I do not like how much time I spend playing Hearthstone. I don't. I just don't. Like, I don't like doing dailies, and, like, I feel like they're compelled, and I literally do not know how to break the cycle. Period.
Log in.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. But Brian, I want you to hold on to that because I have a thing that I need you to be mad about. But I'm gonna break tradition. I'm going to do both of my stories in a row. You'll see why. So my first story is that Ubisoft has finally admitted that it has a sexpest problem. And the reason they admitted it is because they know they can't control it. In their annual universal registration document, Ubisoft publicly acknowledged that, quote, inappropriate behavior by employees, end quote, was a new risk facing them and could lead to the company losing talented employees.
I'm sorry, hang on. Did you say new risk?
That's what they wrote, yeah.
By new, do they mean very old?
Maybe they can't put that in the thing. I don't know too much about it. The universal registration document is relatively new to me, but what it is apparently is a document that you have to register in France that talks about your company, including things like financial risk, your key personnel, corporate structure, legal documents, et cetera, right? Now, this document said that in mid-June of last year, Ubisoft faced growing pressure both internally and externally to get rid of their toxic behavior. In August 2020, Kotaku reported on allegations in the fallout that followed. I think we also did that too.
Yeah, we did.
Multiple people left the company following claims that higher-ups at the publisher had ignored or mishandled complaints of sexual harassment and misconduct. September that same year, Yves Guillemot, the CEO, apologized to, quote, everyone that was hurt by misconduct at the publisher. But it does stand to mention that while he did do this during a live stream event for the company, an Ubisoft Play, they called it at the time, when they put up the video on video streaming services like YouTube to like watch the VOD, they removed that scene of Yves Guillemot giving that apology. And when asked about it, they said they had to take it out due to timing constraints. Also in the same document is information on Ubisoft's actual measures to try to reduce toxic behavior and harassment, including mandatory training for all workers about harassment and sexism, because we know that works, and the creation of a new position, which is the VP of Global Diversity and Inclusion. They claimed at the time that it would promote diversity, equity, and inclusion within the company. However, and this is the big one, Ubisoft warns that the risks added by a toxic workplace are not easily dealt with, and added, and this is a quote, that it cannot provide an absolute guarantee that this type of risk will be controlled.
Oh, I love that for them.
It's so bad. It's so insidious that they are trying to do stuff, apparently, but they don't know how it's ever going to get fixed. Like, they just decide, you know what? Ubisoft just may be a toxic company, and that's just something we all have to prepare for. That's what they fucking said, bro!
So is what Ubisoft is saying is... oh, God. Hey, everybody, it's more important that we create value for our shareholders than creating a safe workplace. Like, it's not like the people who have fostered and facilitated and even personally done this harassment haven't been fucking named in documents now for over a year. There are names of harassers which are out there.
Oh.
Eve, all you have to do is fire these people and then like destroy the systems which protected them.
Okay,
like,
so
I know I'm saying all you have to do, but like, yes, I realize it's a tall ask, but it's a thing that you could do, Ubisoft.
Well, it's okay because, see, Brian, the thing is, like the United States, France also exists in the free market. And so if Yves Guillemot, if the company itself isn't able to curb its toxic workplace and destroy the systems that protect them, the market will. It turns out that French game workers union, Solidaires Informatique, is suing Ubisoft for what is being called institutional sexual harassment.
I mean, that's what it is.
Right. Just recently, this past week, on the 15th of July, a complaint was filed at the Bigny Criminal Court by Maud Beckers, representing the Solidaires Informatique Union and several victims of the company. And specifically named in the complaint are Tommy Francois, which is a former Ubisoft Vice President of Editorial and Creative Services, for allegedly taking advantage of his position to harass multiple people. Sergei Hasquet, former Ubisoft Chief Creative Officer, for allegedly taking advantage of his position in order to harass multiple people and failing to prevent similar behavior in his subordinates. Speaking of his subordinates, Sergei Hasquet's assistant, for allegedly taking advantage of his proximity to Mr. Hasquet and harassing multiple people. Cécile Cornet, who is a former global director of human resources, who allegedly allowed harassment to flourish within the company. Several unnamed individuals from the human resource department for, quote, having actively participated in covering up and hiding the harasser's actions. And finally, Ubisoft CEO Yves Guillemot, not for any specific allegations, but because as CEO, he is responsible for what happens within the company.
Yes.
And so the complaint targets Ubisoft for, quote, establishing, maintaining, and reinforcing a system where sexual harassment is tolerated because keeping harassers in place is deemed more profitable for the company than in protecting employees. The harassment, tolerated and done by upper echelons of the company, or echelons of the company, protected by human resources departments, has created a company-wide system. Beyond the list of people mentioned above, this action seems to dismantle the dynamics of this system. It is meaningful to say that Francois, Hascoët, and Cornet are no longer with Ubisoft. All three of them had left the company last year due to allegations of workplace misconduct and abuse. Yannis Malat, who is the managing director of Ubisoft's Canadian studios, and Ubisoft Vice President Maxime Balland also resigned over similar complaints. Now, recently Guillemot has been trying to say that the leadership changes are designed to make Ubisoft a, quote, exemplary workplace in the tech industry, but not very many people are convinced that that's actually changing. Or even that Guillemot has the ability to make it happen. That's why this suit was filed. A May report published by Le Telegram said that some employees don't believe that meaningful changes are being made, and there was even a hashtag trending that month on Twitter, which was hashtag hold Ubisoft accountable. And it mentioned some of the collective action that ultimately led to this particular complaint. It took a representative from the union said that it took about a year to collect the evidence, which is why it's happening now. And because institutional sexual harassment is a charge that is very rarely seen, they did want to make sure that they got every piece of evidence that they could use to try to nip this in the bud where they could. Because, I mean, I don't know. I don't personally feel this way, but I feel like there are a lot of people who would see the combination of words institutional sexual harassment and just dismiss it out of hand without a very strong case. And even then, or even so, Solidaires Informatique are still looking for other complainants to join the action to try to have the best case possible. But yeah, you know, Ubisoft is fucked, and there are some people who are dedicated to the work of unfucking it, and I wish them well. But who knows how well that'll actually shake out.
Hey, do y'all remember that time that Solidaires Informatique sued Quantic Dreams?
Yes.
And we got that classic case where someone said in all seriousness in court, can I lie on the stand?
Yeah, can I lie? Yeah.
Can I lie? Is that cool? No, it's not cool. Fuck off.
So all I hope is that, if the scale of the company is representative of the scale of potential amazing French courtroom justice, considering the size of Quantic Dream and the size of Ubisoft, oof. Real talk, guys. Real talk. As some of this stuff was happening with Ubisoft this week, Brian was having himself a thought.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like, can I personally bring myself to justify at this point any further purchase of Ubisoft products? Period.
Well, it's a tough sell, because, I mean, while they do make stuff like Mario plus Rabbids, which is, in its short life, has proven itself to be a very good video game, and the sequel is on the way, the trade-off is that, being where we are now, whether or not this case is proven or not, it's possible that by committing yourself to buying more Ubisoft products, you would be supporting institutional sexual harassment.
Yeah.
So you got to figure out that's a chance you want to take, man.
I don't know if this is something that y'all have considered, and it really did come down to in the starkest of terms, for me, is a Mario plus Rabbids sequel worth it?
No. Okay, Brian, I got to say this for you.
No, Rocky. I don't mean I want to make sure that I'm clear. I am not saying that any kind of human suffering is worth the cost, right?
Okay.
But but we all know that when we interact with capitalist systems, there are ways that we if you own a video game console, regardless of the manufacturer of the console, whether it's a Sony console, a Nintendo console, or a Microsoft console, there is a very good goddamn chance that there was forced or extreme labor used in the manufacture of your device.
That's fair.
Okay? So, there comes this point where, we all know that, whenever you interact with capitalist systems, that, there is a good goddamn chance that you are giving money to bad people.
Mm-hmm.
And so, for me recently, it's been specifically, can I continue to give money to Activision? Can I continue to give money to Ubisoft? Are the two that I've been really struggling with recently. In any kind of way.
So, I understand this might be splitting hairs. And while I agree that engaging with any capitalist system, there is definitely a chance that you are contributing to bad people and their aims. But when you know who the bad people are and you know what their aims are, if you continue to support them, you are literally supporting the bad people and their aims. And I feel like that's a little different. I don't know by how much. You know, I don't have my ruler on me. I feel like potentially contributing to extreme forced labor versus literally contributing to institutionalized sexual harassment aren't really comparable.
Okay, so like where do we sit on Activision? Like,
well, like, I hate Activision, like, holistically, okay? Like, I hate who they are as a company. I hate the games they make. Honestly, I'm willing to say, because I can't think of anyone else particularly, the people that I know that have worked at Activision, I earnestly hate them too. So,
I know that AAA companies are companies made up of thousands of people.
Right.
That they are a place which, in addition to, like, being, like, large mechanisms of evil, are also places where, like,
people
regular folks work. Yeah, like, regular folks work. You know, like, it's what I like to call the Chick-fil-A paradox. Like,
man, fuck Chick-fil-A.
No, Rocky, again. Rocky, and this is what I'm talking... Rocky, I'm not saying that Chick-fil-A is a good company. This is not what I'm... Like,
okay, I didn't say that.
Okay.
No. All I said was literally at face value, fuck Chick-fil-A. That's all I meant to say.
Then you and I are, like, 100% in agreement.
Okay.
Like, yeah, fuck Chick-fil-A. But, like, there are also, like, people out there who, like, manage to eke by a living because they work at fucking Chick-fil-A. And, like, and it's one of those things where, like, I am never going to call that guy an asshole. I'm not.
Sure.
Like, you know, because, like, we live... Rocky, we live in a society.
Yeah.
You know, and it sucks.
I believe there's a specific point in the corporate ladder where you can say, fuck that guy. I don't think anyone who's making below, like, $60,000 a year qualifies. You know?
I think that some guy who is fucking crunching on, like, making the knives in Assassin's Creed sharper, that guy's fine. Do not fuck that guy.
Right.
That guy's fine.
Anyways.
You know, the guy who wants to make the fucking ray guns in Mario plus Rabbids more satisfying, I salute you. Like, those ray guns are great. You know, and, like, the thing is that, like, a lot of, like, what we're talking about, like, with, like, Ubisoft and Activision are, like, basically, like, just, like, mechanisms of control and callousness and just, like, disregard for humanity.
Sure.
And just, like, whatever, like, money is more important than people. And I think that if you are far enough up a fucking food chain that you can make a decision under the full light of the sun where you're like, you know what, money is more important than people, then fuck you. Like, I think that, like, if you're in a position where, like, regardless of the amount of money that you make, if you can decide that people are more important than money, but your decision doesn't change the company, then you're okay in my book. You know, like
it's
you're
a function
fine.
of power. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But my beef is that, like, let's say I decide I'm never going to buy an Ubisoft game again, right? Let's say there's another 1,000 people like me. The thing is that, like, the people that make most of that money are these higher ups, right? And so, like, if they are making less money, but they're still making video games, they'll definitely lay off some staff, and that's going to suck for them, but they can't have as many managers. They can't have these people in these, like, large systems that need to be managed to manage them badly if they're not making enough money. And so, like, the way I personally see it is that if I'm interacting with this company, I am not necessarily, like, just giving, like, a blank check to, like, whoever's, like, fucking with these people, because you are paying, like, both, like, the harassers and the harassed when, like, you buy these buy these games run by these companies.
Right.
But when they have less money to go around, like, there will be, like, it's not like there will be less harassed. Like, it'll probably be that there will be less harassers. That's the way I see it, personally.
But like, you know, one of the things that we cover with, like, routine clockwork on this show are, like, the stories of, like, video game gets made, video game gets shipped, and then company, like Clockwork, does massive layoffs. Like, we even had, like, a time as a flat circle moment where, like, last year,
last year, Activision announced like their most profitable year ever.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, our most profitable year ever. And the day they announced their most profitable year ever, they announced 985 layoffs.
Well, yeah, because
then,
everyone's playing their game. Like, they don't need the people making it anymore. That's what I'm saying. But, like, if not everyone's playing their game, like, if their audiences get smaller, then, like, they won't have the people who are just, like, making schedules all the time for whatever. I feel like it's a different situation. That's what I'm saying. I agree they're related, that they show the same, like, systems of power, but, like, I don't think they're the same situation.
I guess what I'm saying, guys, is I don't know whether or not I can buy Mario plus Rabbids, and I'm really struggling with it.
No, I get that.
So I think, if you still want to play it, but you don't want to support it, you just buy it pre-owned.
Yeah, that's fair. Because, like, Ubisoft doesn't get the double pay off that.
Yeah. Ubisoft doesn't get the pay off that. I mean, they got the pay for it already existing, and then it already existed. Someone else got it, so you can just, like, you can play that. They're not getting any more money off of you doing it. You know?
Plus, it'll be a unique opportunity for Brian to build a relationship with his local GameStop staff.
Right. If you want.
Or I could go to my locally owned game shop and pick up a used copy there.
True enough.
You could go to whatever you
Support
want.
an independent business.
Yeah, you could do that if you want. Like, it doesn't, but you don't have to give your money to Ubisoft. You can give it just to your local shop at that point.
Right. Because there are also, as we'll document on this show, plenty of reasons to be angry at GameStop, the corporation, right now.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, but while we wait for our amazing French courtroom justice, there are other better stories here, I think, right?
I do. Like, I think that Tegan actually has good news related to the law.
Too soon to tell.
Fair enough.
I'm
Okay.
gonna, because it's Japanese law specifically, I'm gonna say too soon to tell. It's just, the initial glance looks positive. Japan's updating their copyright laws, which is exciting, I guess, for people who like copyright. It's exciting for a number of reasons. So the new copyright system that's being proposed would basically say, if a copyright holder is unclear, a central organization is going to be responsible for the rights of a media instead of whoever the copyright holder actually is. And this would go for, like, older movies, television shows, video games, anime, that kind of stuff. And that central organization would manage the copyright as well as licensing fees. They haven't decided on what they would name this organization, should it be formed. Right now, you have to get permission for all copyrighted content. And the problem in Japan arises specifically is when the copyright holder is unknown, or is deceased, or, like, is not easily contacted by the public, like, by choice, basically. And makes it impossible, essentially, like, bureaucratically, to license the content. So this system is supposed to streamline that process. The fee is paid to the new management organization, which hasn't been named. Now, the good news is, if the copyright holder is deceased, then we could get licensing for new stuff. Anime based off, like, set in those universes, like, that kind of stuff. Which is very cool. However, if the copyright holder is unknown, that's the part where I'm like, I don't know that I like this. You know? Because not everybody wants to be in the public eye. So I don't feel like that... So, like, this has ups and downs for sure. It's just kind of been proposed. It hasn't been passed yet, so we'll see how it goes. But yeah.
there are so many, like, there's so many old Japanese video games where, like, the ownership has just become this, like, mess. Like, this weird, like, lost mess, and people are like, I don't know who owns that now. And just, like, it's... And either people aren't talking, or, like, some company somewhere closed down, and nobody knows if, like, they sold rights before they closed, or somebody died, or in some weird cases, like sometimes with, like, Konami, like, organized crime got involved, like there's so many old Japanese games where, like, the ownership is a mess, and as a result, like, the games have been out of print for decades.
Right.
Gosh.
And that's understandable. Like, those kinds of things, I would be like, okay, like, that's reasonable. But if it's just a person who, like, doesn't want to come forth and be like, no, that's my copyright or whatever, or isn't interested in licensing and doesn't want to be harassed by people trying to license their stuff, like, I feel like that's where it gets, like, weird.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, what I would kind of like this to do is there's a thing which is on the books in the EU, and I would kind of like if this and that had a baby. The thing which is on the books in the EU is what's called the right to be forgotten. Like the EU maintains you have, like, a legal right to, like, have basically your media footprint recede from this earth. Like, that, like, if you do not want to be known, if you do not want to have, like, if you do not want to, like, renew copyrights, if you do not want, like basically, like, the EU says that, like, when you die, if you want your Facebook profile taken down, Facebook has to take your profile down.
Right.
You know, like, Twitter has to take your profile down. And, like,
I understand that, but
yeah, like, if you had like a book that was available for sale on Amazon Kindle, like, Amazon has to take it down if you wanted to, like, and so, like I think that's, yeah, like, I'm all for streamlining. I'm all for, like, creating tools to get stuff back into print where there are people who are authorized to, who would have interest in doing it. But, like, if someone is intentionally, like, I guess, deprecating availability of their work because they just don't want to be part of, like, the public presence, then, like, I would want to see that, like, touching something like the right to be forgotten, you know? Because that's what they want. It's what they want. Man. So, I got a big one. And I can't think of a fancy segue for it.
not every story needs a fancy segue.
All right, guys. The landscape is changing.
Is it though?
Rocky, I can't tell if you're being deliberately contrarian or you just don't get it. Yes, it is. Like, Valve is easily one of the biggest platform holders in video games.
Yeah, that's true.
Flat out. Like, just flat out, period. But, like, something which has always, I guess, to a certain extent, like, held Valve back is that there hasn't been, like, a set of specs that, like, devs can target and say, like, okay, I'm targeting Valve with these specs. And that, like, really what people have had to do for the most part, if they wanted to, like, I guess, target the most customers possible with Valve, was be like, okay, I guess I'm going to make a video game that can run on an actual potato and just hope for the best. That changes because Valve is going to get into the hardware business in a real way. Now, come with me on a journey through history for a second. In 2016, Lord Gabe from New Zealand announced, while seated surrounded by his knife collection, that Valve was going to get into the hardware game in 2016, but what he meant by that was they were not actually going to do that at all. They were just going to allow various PC manufacturers to use the phrase Steam machine in marketing machines. And so there was no hardware solution controlled or manufactured by Valve itself. Like, you had like about 20 or so different companies manufacturing PCs of a variety of different specs. So you had like low-end devices, incredibly high-end devices, and you had devices ranging in price from like $300 to upwards of $3,000 that were all called Steam machines. And like the Steam machine initiative died a pretty quick death. Then like Steam was like, okay, well, what if we just create like a streaming box that allows you to stream from your existing PC to like a living room, and like we come up with like a weird controller for people to play PC games like sitting on their couch. And that also died kind of a quick death. But something that has happened since both of those things happened has been like the successful rise of all-in-one handheld PC gaming solutions. Like, multiple companies have entered this market and have been like very, very successful with it. The three biggest players which pop to mind are GPD, Aya Neo, and 1X Player. And every one of those has like, in the space of like single days, like sold millions and millions of dollars of units and tens of thousands of units with like little to no media coverage, and like no general understanding of like who these companies are. Like these companies are like one or two dudes that like in China, and they're selling like millions of dollars of product because there is like this demand for this. And something else which started happening in 2017 is whenever we would see like smaller profile indie titles announce themselves on on Steam, there came the inevitable question whenever a Steam announcement would happen for a title: Switch when? Is this coming to Switch? This seems perfect for Switch. Switch. Indie gaming plus handheld gaming seems like a thing which has really like increasingly been insistently demanded by the market. Yeah, consumers have wanted it. And there has also been like considerable advancements in like both CPUs and GPUs since then. Like, SoC solutions have gotten better. Like, systems on the chips have gotten cheaper, faster, more effective, to the point where like the Xbox Series S is like a very like low dollar like SoC solution, and it produces an experience for players which is like definitely not bad at all. Like, if you just want to play new games, the Xbox Series S is a more than effective solution, and gets you into that ecosystem pretty cheaply. So Valve, like, with the fullness of now having been able to like review information from those failures, look at the success of handheld PC markets, review back-end data for like what type of people are using their systems and on what type of devices, look at like how various other platforms have like eaten their lunch a little bit because of access, because of like handheld solutions. Valve on July 15th announced the Steam Deck, a handheld PC running a Linux distribution, which is like highly optimized for Steam, called SteamOS, that runs PC games using a custom compatibility solution called Proton. And it was fair to say that like the gaming internet on the 15th lost its shit, like in a very, very big way. People were immediately doing the Jonah Hill screaming gif. Like it was a whole thing. Like I got added. I think it's just because of like the way I talk about this stuff online. Somebody added me about this thing like within 10 minutes. So first, the specs of this device. It's running a Zen 2 CPU, which is 4-core, 8 threads. It can be pushed up to 3.5 gigahertz. That's 448 gigaflops. GPU is a 8 RDNA unit that goes up to 1.6 gigahertz. Something which is worth calling out here with this RDNA GPU is that there is no currently mobile application of this GPU. This thing is not scheduled to start going into like just regular conventional laptops until like Q2, Q3 of next year. So like the first announced mobile application of this GPU is this device. So it's like fucking Valve being like, we're able to leverage and buy on such volume. We're essentially fucking future teching here because nobody else has this yet. Like this isn't even like Microsoft Surfaces or HP devices or Alienware devices. We're sticking these GPUs in this thing now. 16 gigs of RAM, a 1280 by 800 display, which seems weird. Like a 16 by 10 aspect ratio seems strange to me. Like, why is this 16 by 10 and not 16 by 9? I wonder, like, if the reason that they're going for the strange aspect ratio will become clear later. A 7-inch LCD screen comes with support for Bluetooth 5 for controllers, accessories, audio, so that way you can throw on your headset. A dual band Wi-Fi system for 2.4 gigahertz signals and 5 gigahertz signals, so that way you can give it that fast pipe. And they announced 3 different pricing models for it. $400 for a model which has 64 gigs of internal storage. $530 for a 256 gig eEMC SSD solution. So it's a larger hard drive, but also a faster hard drive. And quote, exclusive Steam community profile bundle, or $650 for a 512 gig eEMC SSD. So it's also the faster SSD, as well as the Steam community profile and a anti-glare etched screen. All 3 price points come with like a cotton outer hard inner case zippered storage solution. So you get a storage case for the thing when you buy it. Shreya Liu, which is Valve's head of hardware, said that the price was a key point from the jump. We knew that the price point was very important from the beginning. We designed with a price in mind. We worked very, very hard to achieve that price point that we're at. Lord Gabe, while sticking a knife directly under his fingernails to clean, said that the price point was, quote, painful. But that they were willing to experience that pain because they want this to be the start of something bigger, and that requires being very aggressive in how they establish themselves in the mobile space. So there is a website out there called Proton Tracker, which currently, because like people can currently use SteamOS, and Proton Tracker tracks how Proton works in SteamOS right now. And there are currently 4 titles which give Proton trouble, and they are Destiny 2, Apex Legends, Rainbow Six Siege, and PUBG. And the reason that they have issues with Proton is Proton works at like a very like base level within the operating system. Like Proton requires like significant permissions within Linux and with the games that it's interacting with. And so as a result, like Proton activates the anti-cheat features for these games. But what Valve has said is that they're currently working with the developers of these games to ensure that Proton does not activate the anti-cheat. Now, a second of like armchair quarterbacking here is that like the developers of these games are all like strongly incented to make sure this works. Like EA within the last year came to Valve and said like, hey, we want to know what we have to do to be able to like put EA Play onto Steam. Like if we want to sell our like EA subscription service on your platform, what do we have to do in order to do that? And Valve told EA that like that's fine, but the way you get your subscription service onto our platform is that Apex Legends is here. And so that was the business that got made. Was that like Valve said you can sell your subscription service on our platform, but in order to do that, Apex Legends has to be here. And so like all of these games are, in addition to being like competitive online multiplayer games, which pride themselves on engagement as their primary metric, are games that like are really only profitable if people are able to like engage with them like heavily constantly. And so if there are players who want to like shift to handheld as their primary method of engagement once these devices show up to their house, it's important for these 4 games to not lose that player count once these devices show up. Like they don't want somebody to get their Steam Deck out of the box and be like, all right, I'm going to go play me some Rainbow Six. Oh, yo, dog, I can't play Rainbow Six. I guess I'll have to play something else. So for like, circling back to our earlier stories about like user engagement, it'll be important to these games to like not lose players because their players are buying new devices. So like when Valve says that they're working closely with the developers of these 4 games to make sure that they work by the time the deck launches, I believe it will happen because it matters to those companies that it does. And the thing which like they have said, which I do believe is I do believe that this is a lot for them to chew, like, is that Valve has said that they're committed to Proton working with every game on Steam at launch. And like I do believe that there will be edge cases where that's not true. Like there are going to be weird games where I think that something will break. But I don't think that like I think it probably will work for like most games, maybe even the 99th percentile. But there's no way that something that like normally lives in like Valve's top 10 is not going to be workable when this thing launches. Valve said that people could put down $5 to pre-register for a Steam Deck, and they announced like measures to try and prevent predatory resellers from dominating the queues. They said that in order to register for a Steam Deck before Sunday the 18th, you had to have made a purchase on your Steam account before June of 2021, and you have to give Valve $5 now. And there was also a limit of 1 Steam Deck per account. So you couldn't just simply make new accounts to buy Steam Decks because the new accounts would be too young to buy a Steam Deck. This didn't really help, though, because on the 16th, when they started taking pre-orders, Valve was complete. Like, again, keep in mind what the usual user traffic is on Steam. Valve was completely unprepared for the volume of user traffic that they experienced on the 16th. Steam Deck became the #1 trending term on Twitter, and there were tons of people talking about how like they were struggling to complete their reservation for their Steam Decks, and people were able to, I guess, break into the queues to find out how large the queues were for potential purchases, and like the scale of available inventory was like much larger at the smallest size, the 64 gig size. It looked like there were 750,000 available of the 64 gig in that initial queue, and there were 500,000 available of the 256 gig, and there was about 100,000 of the 512. And they pushed through all of that inventory in about 3 hours. And then what happened was they started moving the dates back that you would get your Steam Deck, which means that in their first 3 hours, they had to have taken over 1 million reservations. And as the day crept on, the time got further and further back for all three of the storage options. If you go and you try and reserve a 512 gig one now, it shows your delivery date as Q3 2022. I'm not sure it'll actually be that late. I mean, yeah, I know that we still are facing like the semiconductor shortage. But I think that there has to be some measure of they're just trying to like temper the volume of the reservation flow. I mean, Sony has been able to like put 7 million PS5s into homes, even despite the semiconductor flow. Like, yes, they would have put in like significantly more if the shortages weren't in place, but like they've put in like 7 million into homes like since November. So like I'm absolutely convinced that like Valve is not going to be delivering like 1 million plus, taking like till Q3 of next year to deliver 1 million plus of these Steam Decks. And so like the date is pushed back, and there has just been like this like massive amount of like exciting and writing in this. One of the things that like Valve found themselves having to talk about very, very quickly, just because of the visual similarities with the Switch, was people started asking Valve pretty immediately about stick drift on their devices. They're like, hey, will there be like Joy-Con drift? Because people are so used to like holding the Switch and how very quickly Switches experience drift. And they're like, no, like we've machined these devices to not experience that. And, which is certainly something which is plausible, because like Joy-Con drift is something which is very, for the most part, like as far as like mainstream devices, unique to the Joy-Con because of like the cheapness of the manufacturing of the sticks. And just like looking at the specs on these devices, when like Gabe says that these price points hurt for Valve, like I believe that they're either taking a loss on these or they're coming pretty goddamn close. They're really trying to get hardware in houses. Like it seems like Valve wants to be people's hardware solution. And like the thing that like I think is fundamentally different between like say Valve launching this device than like say Sega launching the Game Gear or Atari launching the Lynx or Sony launching the PSP is that none of those companies were launching devices where like prospective buyers of the device potentially already had like libraries of hundreds or thousands of titles for the device.
like when you bought a Sega Game Gear, you didn't buy a Sega Game Gear because you already had 1,000 games you could play on your Sega Game Gear, right? Like that is the fundamental difference between the Steam Deck and people who have tried to come for Nintendo in the handheld space before.
Sure.
So like it's based on like the reactions to it, based on the volume of reservations, and just like the shifts in market dynamics over the last couple of years, showing where there has been like this increased interest in handheld PC gaming. It looks like Valve saw something blowing in the wind and responded. Like something else I said about this online already, and I'll repeat here, is that I absolutely believe that Valve doing this kind of forces a couple different companies' hands in different ways. One, it forces Nintendo's hand on a power level because like we just recently went through the fruit stripe gum cycle where a whole bunch of people like worked themselves into a shoot over the anticipation of like a Switch Pro announcement, because people love their Switches but just wish their Switch had more power. And then Nintendo made an announcement and it wasn't what people were expecting. And then shortly thereafter we get this announcement from Valve, which is like, hey, this is a device that is going to push out experiences which is comparable to your PS5 and comparable to your Xbox Series X in a handheld form factor. Which is not something which Nintendo has on offer. And it's not something that I think Nintendo will ever have on offer. But at this point, like, the power gap between, like, the rest of the market and Nintendo's device is, like, growing. The Switch is 5 years into its life cycle at this point. And considering that their major competitors have had a system refresh and that Valve is now offering this, that contrast is getting more stark. Like, Nintendo either needs to do a mid-generation refresh or a new generation, and we know that they don't want to do a new generation because of the install base of the Switch. So, like, that mid-generation refresh is something which just has to happen for them at this point. And I feel like this pushes the issue. I think that this pushes the issue with Epic. Because one of the things that, like, Epic has counted on is, like, being in the same form factor as Steam. Like the thing that they were trying to eat the lunch of Steam was as a PC gaming store. They're like, hey, we're counting on also being like a launcher which exists on people's Windows machine, and we're a place where you can also get your games. And hey, everybody, we sometimes give away free games, so why don't you come on down to the Epic store? And now you have this like Steam device, which is like running on a Linux solution and like is running games, like Windows-based games, like through that Proton compatibility layer. And anybody whose preferred gaming method is handheld, but has like previously maintained both a Steam and Epic library, is probably going to start shifting more of their time and money back to the Steam launcher than the Epic launcher, because like now Steam is servicing their desire for handheld gaming. So I would not be surprised, since this thing is at its core a Linux box, if what happens around the time that this device launches is that like Epic announces, hey everybody, please check out our shiny new Linux launcher. So that way, if you have a Steam Deck, you can get the Epic Store launcher, which is designed for Linux. So that way, if they had been making headway with engagement, they don't lose people because they went and bought Steam Decks. So I would say like expect better Linux launcher from Epic. And then the last person is from like a hardware perspective and a platform perspective. Microsoft has been trying to pull more users into the Windows Store online, and has been doing so by like having that like great, you know, like continuity of ecosystem stuff going on for people with like their like Windows, like an Xbox account, so that way you could like sit there and like sit around and play Halo on your PC, and then sit down in front of your Xbox and play your same Halo file. That it like it has created that like kind of like this cross environment experience. But again, this is a different form factor. And so if there's people out there whose like primary desire in a PC space is to play in a handheld form factor, Valve is now going to lure those people out of the Windows Store onto Steam because Steam is servicing what they want. And so since Microsoft offers their games for the most part, except like the very newest of games, on Steam, how many people are going to be like, you know what, like I've got Halo the Master Chief Collection on Steam. I've got Gears 1 through 4 on Steam. Do I need Halo 5 right now? Do I need Gears 5 right now? Like, that stuff will come to Steam eventually. I can get it then. You know, like, I want to play handheld. Like, I can wait for Microsoft games. I don't need to play them when they launch. I can just play them when they come to Steam. Like, I would not be surprised if, like, at some point, like, soon, because, like, the specs of this device are, like, very comparable to, like a little bit better than, like, an Xbox Series S, right?
Sure.
Like, I would not be surprised if, like, at some point very soon, Microsoft is like, hey, here's an Xbox Series H for a handheld, like, the newest member of the Xbox family. Here's the handheld Xbox. It also doesn't accept discs, you know, just like the Series S, but now you can, like, walk around with your Xbox because we can't believe that there was a hole in our armor that we didn't identify, and here was a way for you to leave our ecosystem.
But I mean, for like $200 more, right?
Yeah, it's $200 more, but this like device is like, so like the Xbox Series S is $300, and this thing is $400 for like the entry level model. Mm-hmm. But this thing is like, now you can walk around with this thing as an all in one solution. And there is like the incredibly deep library that exists on Steam, and if you're like, okay, like I'm interested in like the depth of Steam's catalog, what Steam is saying, like, you don't have to wait to play the hot new indie, and you can play Halo here, and you can play Horizon Zero Dawn here. So, like, if you want to be platform agnostic and exist within a handheld form factor and play all the hottest and newest indies, you can do it here. Like, I was not surprised at all. Within, like, a matter of hours of this announcement, Itch was like, we're beefing up our Linux store, so that way when you get a Steam Deck, there will be an Itch launcher that will work out of the box on Steam Decks. Like, Itch wanted to make sure that they were not going to lose people to moving to this solution. Amongst like PC game playing players.
Sure, but like Itch is like in a really tenuous like position. Isn't like 80% of like their library actually free?
I think that regardless of whether 80% of their library is free, obviously revenue is coming from somewhere, right?
Yeah. And, like, I agree that they'd be losing people and they would be more incentivized to, like, recapture them on the Steam Deck. But I'm not sure if that, like, compares to, say, like, other online gaming marketplaces. Like,
I mean, like, Epic is a company which has spent in the billions of dollars, and we know this because of the Epic versus Apple lawsuit. We know that Epic has spent billions of dollars on giving away games to incent engagement.
right.
And we know that, like, Microsoft is currently in the business of spending billions of dollars on buying game studios in order to make sure that, like, Xbox Game Pass is the most, like, attractive proposition in gaming. Like, they bought, like, a sick amount of, like, they spent a sick amount of money on Bethesda. Like, they wanted to be able to say, like, when they did their most recent E3 presentation that, like, that we're going to show you 27 games today, and 25 of them are launching directly into Game Pass. You know, like, it's... And when another platform-holding competitor is like, hey, we're going to show you a reason to not exist within the Game Pass ecosystem all the time, Microsoft is, like, considering the amount of money that they've already spent to stick people into that ecosystem, I'm sure that they'll be damned if they let people get out of it. Like, if what they need to do is essentially fucking slap a screen onto an Xbox Series S to do it, I think they'll do it.
I mean, I think based on, like, their mission, they may just be more incentivized to make sure that Xbox Game Pass is available on the Steam Deck.
That's another thing. Like, so back to, like talking about EA earlier, where, like, EA was like, hey, what business do we need to do with Valve to make sure that, like, our subscription service can get onto Steam? I think that I see one of two things happening. Either Microsoft makes a handheld, or Microsoft is, like, put in a situation where they have to come to the table in a meaningful way with Valve and put Xbox Game Pass onto Steam. And, like, I don't know how they're going to make that worth it to Valve, because, like, you know, like, Xbox Game Pass Ultimate is one of those things where, like, the people who have it have already paid Microsoft for it. And so, like, what they're going to Valve is like, hey, we want you to host a bunch of our games on your servers and, like, integrate with our launcher tools and integrate with our friend systems. So, like, where is the business incentive for Valve for that? And so, like, I'm just curious as to, like, what Microsoft will have to give Valve in order to put Game Pass Ultimate into Steam. So, you're right, Rocky. Like, there's two ways that Microsoft could solve this problem. One would be to make a handheld. The other would be to get Game Pass onto Steam. And I just don't know what kind of, like, horrible blood price Microsoft would have to pay Valve in order to do that. Like, things that come to mind are, like, Steam stores on Xboxes. Like, that's a fucking thing. Or, like, integration of, like, Valve features at some level, like, into Xbox products. Like, you know, like, earn Steam achievements on Xbox, something like that. Like, I think it would probably need to be better than that, but, like, there's... Valve will want something in order to do that business.
Sure.
Yeah. And, like, I still do believe that the Switch Pro exists. I just think that, like, Nintendo is not going to, like, talk about the Switch Pro until that they're ready to talk about, like, the video games of 2022. They're just, because of the way they, like, are very tight-lipped up until the last moment. They're just not incentivized to talk about it now. Like, hell, they didn't even do a showcase on the Switch itself until, like, January 2nd of 2017, which was 2.5 months until the launch of the Switch. Like, they were absolutely, like, wait until the last possible moment for talking about it. So, like, there is no reason for them to be like, oh, hey guys, we're making a Switch which has, like, better CPU, better GPU, and faster storage, it'll be out around the time Breath of the Wild 2 is. Like, they're just not going to fucking do that.
Yeah,
until it's like...
They don't have to.
Yeah, they don't have to. But, like, they have to make it, they just don't have to talk about it now.
Sure.
Yeah. So, like, what's y'all's beat on this? Like on the deck itself, on, like, the way it impacts the market? Like, this... It feels like such a big fucking deal.
I don't know, man. I feel like this is going to be short-lived. Like, for me to believe that this is going to have a lasting impact on the industry requires me to forget everything I know about Valve as a company.
Okay, talk more about that.
Okay. So, like, Valve has definitely been, like, shifty about entering the hardware marketplace, and it's because they don't want to support things long-term. Like, they're really, really bad about that. And if them committing to, like, a box, like, it does show that they want something to work. But I feel like even though Valve, like, has more money than God for some reason, if they get tripped up, they usually get spooked. And, like, the fact that 4 games on their top 10, like, don't actually work in their, like, homebrewed OS, because of anti-cheat. Like, anti-cheat, like, is because of the permissions that Proton is asking for. And, like, Mac OS, Windows, have either found a way to not ask for those permissions or, communicate with the devs so that they don't trip up their things. But I'd be hard pressed to honestly believe that EA like went through like extensive like anti-cheat like tripping mechanisms in Windows before they did that. I think they made it for Windows, not the other way around. And like for this to work on like Valve's thing, like Valve actually needs to make concessions, and I'm not sure they will. In addition, I feel like a lot of the pieces that go into the Steam Link are very powerful, but I'm not sure that communicates to a unified gaming experience. I remember like at the beginning of this, you started to say that the big thing that Steam has been missing is that there isn't like a set of specs for developers to target for games that end up on Steam. And that is true because like PCs are wide and varied, and so like they usually aim low to mid. And if they make a good experience out of that, then it'll catch enough people for them to survive. But I don't really see them seeing like devs like targeting the Steam Link, like maybe like on launch, but like
you mean with Steam Deck?
Steam Deck, right? Steam Deck. Like maybe they target it on launch and they do well, but like 3 to 5 years from now doesn't seem like a good idea. I'm not even sure it'll be a going concern by then. And most of the excitement that I've actually seen about the Steam Deck isn't really about the device itself, or it's more about either A, that people that already have Steam libraries can now play them in a handheld form factor, which is a big deal, but like not like industry shifting, I think. I mean, Nintendo's going to have something to say about it, but like outside of that, I don't know how global that impact will be, or that they are going to be able to customize it to their needs. Like, a solid like half of the people that I've seen excited about the Steam Deck are excited because it's going to be an all-in-one emulation machine, which is going to cause its own problems on its own. And those are going to be problems that Valve isn't going to want anything to do with. And maybe they'll wash their hands of it. And that just means that they either enforce tighter control, which is not what people are excited about, or they wash their hands of it, which means that like they're not supporting the device and like other problems crop up. Like I don't see this as a long-term concern. I'm actually pretty sure that it'll be really exciting for some people. It'll eat up like other like third-party handheld developers, but I'm not sure if it'll like affect like the gaming industry writ large.
Are you willing to make a wager?
No, I'm broke. Sorry.
Would you be willing to produce video footage of you eating a hat?
How big is the hat?
Like a fedora.
God, I have to eat a fedora? That just sounds bad for me.
I mean, you could just make the fedora out of cake.
I guess I don't. You know what? I'd be willing to eat a fedora cake for a bet.
Okay. So, I guess we need to create a horizon on this.
We need terms, yeah.
Yeah. How long is the horizon?
I say 3 to 5 years.
Well, we need, like 3 to 5 years is like 2 different horizons.
Fine. 3 years.
3 years, it's a fedora-shaped cake. 5 years, it's a cupcake with a fondant fedora on top.
Oh, God. All right.
Fondant sucks. Good luck eating that.
It is really thick. Not in a good way.
Tegan, there's no conditions under which I wish fondant on Rocky. I like Rocky.
I mean, Rocky's gonna have to eat fondant regardless. That's how they're gonna shape the fedora.
Yeah, that's right.
There has to be a non-fondant way. Like, can we make this thing out of beef jerky? Like,
that's not a cake.
It's not a cake.
Okay, but it is a fedora. It becomes a jerky fedora.
You want me to eat a jerky fedora? Are you going to eat the jerky fedora, Brian?
Well, I mean, I guess, Rocky, what do you want from me? Like, when this is not a big deal in 3 years, what do you want? What do you want from me?
Dude,
I think you owe Rocky an apology at that point. So
I'll take an apology. I want an earnest apology.
That means sushi, right?
Wait. Apology is what? Like, no, apology would mean I had wronged Rocky. I don't think I had wronged Rocky.
Okay, that's fair. You haven't actually wronged me.
I mean, if you make him eat a jerky fedora, yeah, you have.
No, but that's different. That's different. But like, if I win, then I don't eat the jerky fedora, and then like, there's nothing to apologize for. That's the idea.
Fair. I gotcha. Okay.
Honestly, in a world where Rocky eats a jerky fedora, like, then I'd probably buy him sushi because I'm like, well, I did just make you eat a jerky fedora, so like, here you go.
Honestly, dude, I don't know, man. I don't know if there's anything I actually want you to do if you're wrong. Like, I feel like being wrong would just be enough because you're actually really excited about this, and I'd hate for it to hurt you that way, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna.
That may be punishment enough.
There's some, like, I do kind of want to bring up like an interesting asterisk side note to like this, which is, you know who did some business earlier this week? Microsoft and Backbone.
Oh, yeah.
Did you guys hear about this?
I don't know who Backbone is.
Backbone makes third-party controllers that work on mobile devices.
On specifically iPhones.
And, like, that makes sense because, like, you know, like, one, Microsoft is still trying to find a way to get in on the iPhone business, but also, it is something that would work really well with xCloud. So, I don't know. It's not super surprising to me.
Yeah. And so, like, where you link your Xbox Game Pass Ultimate account to your Backbone account now, you just get 3 months of Game Pass Ultimate. They're just like, okay, if you're already a subscriber, we just give you 3 free months. And if you're not a Game Pass Ultimate subscriber, now when you buy a Backbone, you get a code for 3 free months of Game Pass Ultimate.
Cool.
And Microsoft has now added the Backbone to both the Xbox and Microsoft stores online. So, like, sitting from the dashboard of your Xbox, you can now go buy a Backbone and it'll just show up at your house.
It's really good for Backbone. I hope it pays off for Microsoft.
Yeah. But, like, it's weird because it kind of feels like Microsoft is like, is this, like, you know that fucking meme where it's like, is this a mobile, like, is this a bird? You know, like with the butterfly, like, it's kind of like Microsoft is like, is this a mobile solution? So, and like Microsoft, like, I feel like it's part of a mobile solution, you know, but I don't think it is, like, I don't think it's the totality of a mobile solution.
But, like, I don't think, once again, like, Microsoft has been positioning themselves in a way where they don't, where they're not hardware people anymore. They're trying to gravitate away from it, specifically. And so, like, outsourcing mobile controllers so that their online service works a bit more effectively, makes sense. Like, it lines up for me. I also don't think it's done, but I think as little manufacturing as they can get away with is what they're going to be doing for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I can see that. I can also see, like, since Backbone is a small enough company, that being a company, they're just like, fuck it, buy them. And because, like, it's not like they have a gigantic manufacturing overhead at this point. And, like, if what they did, because, like, right now, like, the Backbone ecosystem is plenty nice, but, like, if the ecosystem that kind of, like, existed on top of the Apple ecosystem is this, like, Microsoft ecosystem, which, like, just seamlessly integrated with their own, you know, like, that would go a long way. So, like, if like, instead of pressing, like, say, the Backbone button, you pressed the Xbox button, which then took you into a dashboard which showed you your iOS games, and then also showed you your Game Pass Ultimate games that you could play on xCloud, all from the same app. That cocaine's a hell of a drug. That's all I'm saying. You know, like, cocaine is a hell of a drug. I know we've already been here for 19 years, but there's just a small thing I want to do.
I knew it. I fucking knew it. Come on, Brad. What is it? Let's go.
God damn it, Rocky. Why do you talk to me like I'm a bad man?
Brad, we've been here for like 4.5 hours, bro.
I know that, but I don't think this will take long. Because this is more of a fun thing.
Mm-hmm.
There is a company called Digital Eclipse, and Digital Eclipse works in archival preservation and putting out, like, high quality historical retrospectives of video games. Like, they do stuff like gathering up all of the dev docs, gathering up all of the, like, concept art, you know, sitting down performing developer interviews, putting out giant art books. And, like, when Digital Eclipse puts out a game or puts out a game collection, they put out, like, a ton of shit which contextualizes the game historically. And so Digital Eclipse just got into a position where they're not talking a great deal about, like, where, man. Okay, so they went out and they sought they sought funding. They're like, hey, people, please fund us. And people then said, okay, we want to fund Digital Eclipse because we believe in their mission. And so, like, now Digital Eclipse is in a position where they are funded by people, and so they can now pursue stuff with less need to have each individual release be profitable, which means that they can now be like, okay, we want to pursue something because people are interested in it or because we find it interesting. And so now, knowing that Digital Eclipse is funded, what would you guys love to see Digital Eclipse release? Like, what's on your Digital Eclipse wish list? Like, what would you like to see them gather up all of the concept art for, perform dev interviews, like, get old design docs, put out glossy books and big coffee table books like with the, like, remastered collections? What's your, like, do you have one or two things on your wish list from them?
Golden Sun, Strider Hiryu, and I guess Paper Mario book. No, Mario Luigi series. There we go. Mario and Luigi.
Tegan?
No. I mean, considering I didn't even know the company existed until you began this segment, no. I don't have anything on a wish list, because I didn't know that was a thing I was going to have to think about.
Okay.
Kind of wish you'd briefed us on that before we started recording, so I could have thought about it for 5 hours, and then I would have had an answer.
Well,
check in with me next week, find out what my wish list is.
Well,
one of the things that they said that they are going to try and do with this money that they have now is secure the release of games which have either been canceled for some reason or another over the course of history, or remain unreleased for like weird reasons. So like something which I think might be interesting is the two Zelda Oracle games were part of a planned like trilogy, right? There was supposed to be a third one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It was only called Seeds of Courage, so it didn't even like mesh with the name of everything else. So
what if they rename them? The Seeds of Courage, the Roots of Wisdom, and no? Okay.
So like the rumor come out that because Link's Awakening did so well, we might be getting Oracle re-releases on the Switch, and I'm sure with how they did with Breath of the Wild, they would do a big, nice collection of like concept art and shit. So I'm not holding my breath, but I'm also like, that's not something I'm gonna wish for necessarily.
All right.
Because like Nintendo has been pretty good about releasing like the concept art and stuff as like later collections that they can then charge me a lot of money for. And I do that. I pay the money. So, or like I put it on my wish list for Christmas, and then like friends and family pay the money and get me the thing. So,
Mm-hmm.
like I have the Hyrule Historia, the Arts and Artifacts, the Making of a Champion. Like I have all those books. So like, if they do the Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Seasons, Oracle, what would it be? Oracle of Secrets games, and then like that holiday season, they're like, oh, by the way, we're doing an art book for this. I'd be like, yep, here's my $60 again. Thank you.
You see, the great thing about the digital close releases is when you buy the digital close release, you get all that nice stuff as part of like a single buy. Like when they did the SNK 40th anniversary collection, you absolutely got like a metric fuck ton of stuff in the SNK 40th anniversary collection. Like just shit tons of art, like a nice book, like tons of interviews, tons of documents. And like, so at this point, like they've worked with some like, you know, like pretty large mainstream companies, you know, like traveling, like digging through those companies, like vaults and archives and such. You know, they've worked with Capcom multiple times. They've worked with Disney. They've worked with SNK. They've worked with Activision Blizzard. And some of those companies, like, pretty famously, like, jealously guard their internal documents. Like, Disney generally does not, like, let people just, like, fuck around with stuff and be like, all right, like, but Digital Eclipse has been able to, like, sell themselves on, like, the importance of like the historical archiving work that they do. And so like I figure if they can get Disney to play ball, like Nintendo doesn't feel like out of reach. And so like I feel like Seas of Courage or Mother 3 don't seem like impossible if they're the ones on the case, you know? Like stuff which feels like a little bit more within reach than those would be, I would love to see a Seaman retrospective talking about like the making of Seaman and doing a re-release of that. If there's any like old footage of like Leonard Nimoy's voiceover recording stuff, that'd be kind of cool. And because I'm that guy, I would love to see a collection of Kinji Ino games because I'm that weirdo. But yeah, Digital Eclipse, they got funded. Good for them. I feel like that's good for video games. Yeah. This has been our show. It is 97 years long.
It's called Impossible Coin. Believe it or not, we do this every week. You can find us wherever podcasts are found. Except for SoundCloud, right? Fuck SoundCloud?
Fuck SoundCloud.
The music at the beginning and end of this program was produced by our friend Big Soch. You can actually find his work on SoundCloud at soundcloud.com/BigSochNJ. And if you want to talk to him directly, you can find him on Twitter at Hillary_Swank. Our logo is also a t-shirt, and it was designed by Lauren Moran. You can find her on Twitter at Lauren Moran and consider donating to her Patreon. She does the good work. And speaking of Patreon, we have one of those too at patreon.com/ImpossibleCoinPodcast, where you'll find our artisanal show notes, our bespoke watch-alongs, and audio essays about things we care about, like anime and wrestling. We are also on social media. I'm on Facebook and Instagram. Brian's on Twitter. Tegan's on Tumblr. We are also streaming on Twitch. All of those are Impossible Coin. No dashes, no underscores, no X's, nothing like that. In fact, if you see someone that uses Impossible Coin, but with some of that nonsense, let us know. You know, we're trying to, maintain a brand identity here. But yeah, outside of that, I don't think we have anything else. I think that's the show.
Yeah. So, thanks for hanging out. Peace.
Bye.
Later.